there's any word that has ignited the conscious community, the spiritual community, the religious community, political community, the word that you see recurring, especially in the Western Hemisphere, all over, all the time, is God. We start there, right? And there are plenty of people who have attempted to teach and understand about who this God is and what it would be that this God will be doing, what this God has done, whether or not they left books here, or their children here who are related to this God. Then some people went further and said, well, maybe this isn't just one God. Maybe there are multiple gods who are supposed to be factored in when you're speaking about whoever this God being is. And then you have to remember, we're using an English word. So you have different translations or renditions or iterations of that word God. You understand that? We have El, or you have Elo, okay? Some people say Allah, all right? They just don't understand the translation therein. But if you wanted to keep it simple enough, mainstream-wise or conventionally, people will say Allah would be one of the translations of the God word. And then you have the Elohim, which moves you into whether or not it's a singular or a plural, okay? Because some people say it'll function as a singular. Some people will say it'll function as a plural, depending on what parts of the story you're reading. Okay, but that's the Hebrew language, Elohim. Or you'll have El Elo, or Elah, Eli. Okay, and then you have Elah, which is like to say a little God. The same way people say, oh, there's a big G and there's a smaller G. Well, in Hebrew, as Dr. Malachi York taught, there are no big G's or little G's. You understand that? So what we will be speaking about is whether or not this God or Allah is the Allah who is wahdahu la sharika lahu, okay, the one who was alone and has no partners, one God, with no one can stand with them, or is it the Illah, as in someone who can rule themselves as gods among men? All right, Psalms chapter 82, verse 6, where it speaks about all of you are what? Gods, but you're all children of the Most High. You understand that? So we were speaking in terms of what we were talking about the other day, the Anunnaki. Then the Anunnaki will be the Ilahat, all right, Ilahat or Alihat, which will be the plural version of a plural form of Ilah. And remember, Ilah is a deity alone, not a creator force being, not someone who came forth and put worlds into existence. That would be Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, okay, who they say is Akbar, okay, the biggest. When they say Allahu Akbar, they're saying the biggest, or bigger than what you think big is, well, Allah Ta'ala. Okay, the word Ta'ala is saying it's exalted, but way bigger than what you think exalted means. You understand that? This is why even in Al-Quran, they say that trying to understand Allah is meaningless, it's pointless, because you cannot compass who Allah is. They're explaining then and there that not only is it written or recorded that this is a mystery God, they're also saying people have tried. People have attempted to understand who Allah is. People have attempted still to this day to understand who God is. And a lot of the sacreds are hidden in the language themselves. Okay, or the languages themselves. A lot of the secrets that will lead you to having a better understanding of what it is you're talking about or who it is you're talking about at what times is hidden in the language. And a lot of people get lost there. Even when you say Taha. Okay, let's look at Surah Taha. Surah Taha, which is chapter 20, as you call it. Surah is chapter, all right, when you're dealing with Al-Quran, all right, Arabic. Surah will be chapter, or for 20, you have Taha. All right, so chapter 20, or Surah Taha, is literally the letters Ta and Ha. Okay, which when you're saying it, if you just deal with Ta and He, you're dealing with Ta and Hu. Okay, remember we talked about Ta, Hu, Ti. Right? You have Ta and you have Hu, or Te, Hu. And then you have T, which means life or Eve. We can get to that in a second. So if we're dealing with Taha, what is this word called, or these letters called? They call them Muqaddad. And Muqaddad literally means mysterious letters. It's not just Ta and Ha. You have Alif, you have Lam, okay, you have Kaf, you have Sad. These letters are said to have been mystery letters. People don't know what these letters are there for. Alif, Lam, Mim is a mystery. You understand that? Kaf is a mystery. Ta is a mystery. Ha is a mystery. But why is it a mystery? They're saying that people read these stories and don't walk away with an understanding of why these letters are here. And then you have what's referred to as gematria, where you have certain letters, like in the Hebrew language or the Hebrew language, that held certain values. And when these writers or scribes sat down to put stories together, they hid the messages of the mysteries of God within the letters themselves. You understand that? But what happens? They give you the esoteric gematria. So then you start thinking gematria is, let me look up somebody's name so I can get a number or a whole bunch of numbers so I can figure out who this person is. No, you're missing what gematria is there for. All right, gematria, the gem of three. Okay, the 1 and the 2 and the 3. Somebody asked me about the dot. Okay, as a Masonic man or a traveler, when you reach certain levels, you know that even when you sign your name, you'll sign a sign and you'll put 3 dots there, 1, 2, and 3. When you look up at the heavenly belt, all right, that dividing point between you and God and them. Okay, if you want to say it that way. How many points do you have in Orion's belt? You have 1, you have 2, and you have 3. Okay, well, we're dealing with Tahuti, who became Thoth. All right, Tehuti. Remember, so we get back to T. Tahuti becomes Thoth. All right, or Hermes Trismegistus. Hermes, the 3 times great. What's the number there? 3. When they're trying to figure out who God is because they lost between John and Genesis and they can't get any further and they haven't taken the steps through Revelation to get to Al-Quran to understand that, and they never receive right knowledge, what are they left with? They're left with the Father, the Son, and still another mystery, which is the Holy Ghost. They get right there and they lose T. You have Father, Son, okay, which is Tahu, and then they lose what? T, which is the Mother, and they're left with the what? The Holy Ghost. And it's completely ghostly. It's completely spooky. You ask people to explain what the Holy Ghost is. Not about what a story talks about the Holy Ghost or Holy Spirit does. What is the Holy Ghost? You understand what I'm saying? People say, I caught the Holy Ghost. Oh, you caught the Holy Ghost, and how long did it stay in your body? For how long does the Holy Ghost, for those of you who attended the Pentecostal churches, come on now. How long does the Holy Ghost stay in your body? What spirit did you catch? Was it the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost? Was it the Spirit of God? Was it the Spirit of truth? Howbeit the Spirit of truth. Was it the Comforter? People are confused about which words are being used because the words have been lost long ago. People say Spirit now, not understanding that Ruach has an ancient meaning. And it's all about knowing. Ruh, to know. And a lot of people became believers, all right? Because they didn't have the ability to know anymore. So then the ones who were the original scribes, they kept these things sacred. And they taught one another what certain things would mean for certain periods of time. You understand that? And then a lot of these people who went on to write their own stories, similar to what Luke did when he observed people writing in history, they wrote their own stories. Guess what they didn't have? They didn't have the gematria. They didn't have the sacred wisdom. They didn't have the sacred sciences. So they went on to explain it only how they knew to explain about it. And a lot of people still to this day, they latch on to Paul or Saul out of the Helios Biblos. They latch on to Luke. They latch on to people who come with their own gospel or good news. All right. And they're going around completely evading the original form of whatever the science is. Why are they doing that? Because they don't know any better. All right. And they become trapped in an illusion. That's why they say the truth will make you free. So when you're asking me, what is a mystery God? If you want to answer this for yourself in real time, walk up to somebody and ask them, what is God? And then walk up to another. Do 9 people in one day. What is God? Can you tell me what God is? Don't ask who, okay? Because that'll give it away too quickly. Ask them, what is God? And watch you get 9 different answers and tell me that's not a mystery. All right? When people say, I believe in Jesus Christ, okay, ask them, okay, is your belief in Jesus Christ substantial evidence enough for me to know who he is? Is my belief in Jesus Christ substantial evidence enough to know who he is? Or do I have to believe for this even to be a part of my existence or my reality? And you'll understand that it's the belief that triumphs over this whole illusion. It's the belief that is the cap of all of the cap. If you pay attention, because when you ask them about what they know, the conversations get very short and you become the means of attack or the target at that point. So ask people, what is God? What is it? All right? You don't want to get into all the why and all of that yet. You understand? And the who. Just ask them what. And then ask people, where is God? All right? If they read their book, they may have to go to Matthew chapter 6 to try to figure it out. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. and go to 13, but originally 6-9, and they'll be, oh, our Father who are in heaven. If they go there. The only thing about that is, if you send our Father who are in heaven, then that will rule out all of the God is omnipresent thing. Because that means God has a location. And if you're telling me that God is also Jesus, then you're telling me that God came somewhere, which means that if Jesus came into the world, God wasn't in that world. So that's not omnipresent. You see what I'm saying? Anytime they attempt to explain what God is, you will see it's a mystery. And even in their own book, there's a time period where they speak about, in the book of the Bible, the Helios Biblos, okay? They talk about, the Biblios, they talk about a time where the mystery of God will be complete. And we're in that time period. Nuwapu, right knowledge, summed up a lot of the confusion about what God is, because we had to deal with it linguistically. You have to remember, in the book of Genesis chapter 11, there was an event that took place where people started to ascend toward Shamarim, the heavens, where the Elohim came down and said, yo, we don't like what they're doing. They're rising up. We're going to cause them to be confused. God made Babylon happen. So whoever that God was, that's a God of confusion. And you ask the Christians, is God an author of confusion? They'll say no. Well, right here in God's book, he wrote that he confused people on purpose. You see what I'm explaining to you? So then, does God mean good? No. Does God mean truthful? No. There are plenty of times in the book where God told a thing that was not true, or said a thing that was not true. Does God mean for certain? No, it doesn't. Because God said something, and it was going to be a way, and then changed his mind. He repented. You understand? Many times. Go read the book of Genesis chapter 6 and you'll see. Okay? And they know, according to their stories, that these people, these beings were supposed to be created for the pleasure of God. That was the intention. So then when God decides you're no longer pleasurable or able to serve God's plan, they just wipe you out. Multiple times throughout the story, they had to wipe people out for disobedience. They didn't know they didn't already know they were going to be disobedient. And then listen, the more you go on this walk with them, they got plenty different pockets of the universe they got to run through to try to find another scent that supports the belief system. And this is what I'm telling you. It's okay to believe. If you want to believe, then that's fine. It's just that you have to also deal with your trying to explain a mystery. And that's why your belief is there. You don't know. That's the mystery. So I'm telling you right there, literally, you go look up what I'm telling you. Surah Taha, all right, chapter 20 of Al-Quran is composed of 2 letters that say this is a mystery. We don't even know what this means. And Al-Quran says it's clear. So then people are still walking away and saying, I don't know what this means. They didn't study the language. Which means that even hidden in, like Hebrew, there are letters that have a hidden message behind it. Like the letters Tov and the letters Ra. Why is that important? Because that's the whole Torah right there. It'll show you that Torah is 2 words of Tov and Ra, but you have to sound it out phonetically. There are a lot of hidden mysteries that haven't come forth. And then you deal with what somebody else was asking about, that dot. The dot is the key to figure out all the mysteries. The dot, or being right there in the center, is the key to figure out all the mysteries. So a lot of people, especially those who came from the nation of Islam, all right, or up under the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, peace be upon him, or people who listen to lectures of Farrakhan, they will say Allah is not a mystery God. Well, not according to Al-Quran. According to the book y'all supposed to be reading, all right, that's written or recited in the language y'all are supposed to know by now. But a lot of the NOI, they don't know Arabic. All right, that's not saying that they're not Muslims because they don't know it. It's just saying that how are you going to be able to fully understand your book if you don't even know Arabic? All right, which is what it was recited in. And if this was something that we're not talking about, you want to know what the real issue is here? We're not talking about just finding out how we're going to build a school. We're not talking about finding out how we're going to make a cake. We're not talking about whether or not I like your shoes. We're talking about damnation or eternal life, according to these religions. We're talking about my soul ascends or it descends. We're talking about I reach Jannah or I reach Jahannam. According to your stories, we're talking about heaven or hell. We're talking about redemption, or we're talking about condemning a person. You understand what's explaining to you? So if somebody's going to be able to be redeemed versus condemned, do you think it'll be important to them, according to that judgment and that whole structure, to know the language of the book? Do you think it'll be important to them to go, listen, let's say I'm a Christian, and then you come and talk to me about my book, and I don't know Aramaic. Do I care about my soul? According to this book that's been written and passed down all this time, you have Aramaic or the Septuagint and Greek and all this. I didn't learn any of these languages, but I'm talking about I care about God and I care about my soul. You understand what I'm explaining to you? So what people are really dealing with that's causing this disruption is a very deep jihad. And the jihad is what? The jihad is people are fighting for riches and wealth. People are fighting to maintain their illusion while they're here. And they're trying to say that that maintenance of that illusion is in alignment with what God said. That maintenance of that illusion is in alignment with Al-Quran was expressing, or Allah Ta'ala, or Rasulullah Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was saying. It's not. It's just you want to serve Mammon. If you walk over into the money or the illusionary or the illusory money or financial world, oh, then there's plenty of excuses as to why you shouldn't know what you're doing. There's plenty of excuses as to why you shouldn't take your religion serious. There's plenty of excuses how you shouldn't dress like Muhammad. Why would you want to dress like Muhammad? It's not like you're Mohammedans or Muhammadist. Why would you want to dress like Muhammad? It's not like you're taking after his example. No, you can just wear whatever you want to wear. Put on suits. Go out and peddle in the streets and make your money, make your quota. All right, same thing, not just with the NOIs, with everybody. They're more focused on economics. When you talk to the people who are part of these organizations, their biggest focus is economics. You understand what I'm explaining to you? And it shouldn't be this deep, but it's even as deep that when I talk to the Sabaeans, what are they worried about? Money. You understand that? Y'all bear witness to this. They'll rather delete information so that people can't have access to it. Information or affirmation, let's deal with it truthfully. Beneath formation, information, affirmation, the biosystem, okay? They would rather remove that from people, okay, than to allow them to have it if it means that them having it for free, they can't reap the benefits of it. So then who do they serve? They serve money. They're not in it for the soul. There are a lot of people who are in it just for the money, and you can tell. Why? Because they're afraid to speak the truth. Look at what's going on right now. A lot of people see me standing up out here, and what will they do? They'll close their eyes. They know it's true, or they'll speak in the background, or they'll even go as far as attempting to tell me to stop speaking the truth. They'll tell me speak smoother. They'll tell me be cautious. When I wrote the letter to Farrakhan, I got plenty threats from the NOI. Oh, be careful, brother. You got to be watchful, brother. I shouldn't have to be careful because Allah will deal with me if I'm stepping wrong. You don't have to step forth and deal with me. You don't have to raise a fist against me, Malcolm, or anybody. Allah will deal with us if we're doing wrong. Then why is it that people will come out and say things like, this man is worthy of death? Or why would my brother that's a part of the same organization that I'm in say that because I'm going and challenging the teachings of my teacher at that time, why does he put out this whistle that says this man is worthy of death? And then why does this man end up dead? This is the battle we're dealing with. Truth and life, okay, versus deception and death. You understand what I'm explaining to you? And a lot of people, most people have chosen already death. They want the dead world. You see some of these same people say the black man this, the black man is God, and their biggest concern is pieces of paper with Caucasoid faces on it. Ain't that interesting? The black man is God, yet your biggest concern is this whole system that was supposed to have been built up and orchestrated by the same white supremacy construct that you say people are supposed to be fighting against. And you want me to take you serious. Y'all boycott Target for one day. You boycott Target for one day. How about boycott their money? How about catch the attention of the realm itself because you're no longer buying into the illusion that this is actual currency. That was never currency. The only currency was your attention. The only currency was your soul. The only currency was your time. You understand what I'm explaining to you? So a lot of people have chosen death already, and they're dealing with that war to this day. You know, when we're dealing with those two lights that I talked to you about, you have two lights, right? What were the two lights? You have binary, okay? Or my two lights that we can deal with the ascent and figure out whether or not we're going to go this way or that way, okay? What are those two lights? Those two lights are amber and emerald, all right? But it functions as binary, okay? Because the word nur is light. So you have two lights. All right, and they function as two pieces of information. that'll help you figure anything out. That which allows for you to go quantum, looking at the zeros and the ones. And then you understand your superposition when you go beyond just the zeros and the ones, and you understand how they function one and the same. All right, that's how you'll know what to do with what. When you're dealing with binary, all right, the numbering system, and you say 0, 1, and you go all the way up to 1, and then you go 10, or you go 11, and you go all the way up 100, and you go 111, and then you end up at 1,000. All right, and then you end up at 1,001. Okay, when you get to that 1,001st point, that's the number 9. The equivalent of the number 9 is 9 steps up from the base of 0. That's where you start. Literally, it still takes you to 9 to be balanced as 1001. So if you were to write down 1001, you'll observe that there's a center of it, okay, which will really look like 1, the infinity sign, and then another 1. That right there, that merges those two zeros, all right, or that junction of those two Niles, all right, or that merging point of the two waters, or the strait, where I talked to you about the straight and narrow. Remember, straight means water, all right, as in where two places or two bodies of water are separated. And then you have naro in Greek, that means water, okay? So you have those two places that come together. That's where people need to be standing to understand the mystery. But what do people do? They'll teeter. And interestingly enough, when they teeter, you'll see that they're teetering because they become either too spiritual or they become too physical. What does that mean? They become too involved in the figuring out of their destiny here on earth, or they become too involved of figuring out what their role here is as far as monetary and financial and status. And that's what Al-Quran was warning people about. They warn people about it. You go read the chapter. As a matter of fact, let me tell you another secret, okay? Because you go to Surah 102, all right? So all of those letters that I told you about earlier, if you were to add the value of them up, okay, so you have Lam, which is the 23rd, and you have Meen, which is the 24th. So if you were to add the value of them up, guess what? You get another secret. And that secret is 102. Chapter 102, you'll find that it's all about, it's speaking literally all about people's rivalry with one another and their competition when it comes to status. People want to be higher than the next man. And you hear people like Dr. Malachi York, even when he came to the NOI and everybody, he said, I don't want to be these people's enemies. I just want people to deal with the truth. These people, he said, people, they scared to death of me. Why are they so afraid of me? Why are they so afraid of phase 1? You'll see them respond to everybody. We went over this a million times. Why are they so afraid of me? And why are so many people afraid? Y'all are sending me stuff showing me that somebody is literally trying to disassociate themselves with me as if I ever called myself a Sabian. I can't relate to whatever that fearful energy is. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, he don't have nothing to do with me. I'm this or we're that. He's not a Sabian. You damn right. Could you say it louder so they can hear? I was never told to be a Sabian. I was never told to go to Wusabat. I was never told to go to any of these places. I was always told to stay on my square, stay on my center, and to always behold the message. And what is the message? Nuapu. I'm a Nuapian. So you're right. I don't walk around with no two unks on my head, and I don't walk around in the black and gold, and I'm not dressed in uniform. You want to know what I'm busy doing? I put on my robes, or I put on my suit, or I put on my thobe, or I put on my t-shirt and chain and watch. I'm going out into the communities to talk to these people, walk with these people, as these people, being in their world but not of it, to actually reach them. Because what do we have? Listen, this is what Dr. Malachi York said verbatim. He said, if he's introverted, I don't need him. He said, I don't want people sitting in class going, yeah, that's good. He said, we need people to get out there and go and teach. If they're not going to teach, we're wasting our time. So what is it that we're being taught, and what is it that we're charged with teaching? If you think it's the doctrine, you don't know what this is. If you think that you can stand there and talk from actual facts, Patarat, the holy tablets, any of the books, and just repeat what he says, and you're reaching souls, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what this is. If you think you're just going to take a phrase that has been said before by any of the greats, any of the masters, and just say, oh, this is my phrase now, and make it my own, I'm going to go out here and teach 9 ether. and you think you're saving souls, you think you're reaching people at the center, you don't know what time it is. You're not really paying attention. Because what is it to you that 50 years ago there was a different lingo? You had people calling people jive turkeys at one point in time. Now a nigga might walk up to you and say, you lame as hell. Then, if you're in a deep enough part of the city, they're going to put a G on it. Did you ever imagine that? Hey, get your wang there. If you ain't never heard nobody say that, you weren't deep enough, don't even worry about it. You weren't supposed to be out there if you ain't never heard it. You understand what I'm explaining to you? So how can you literally use the same phrases that were used for that time period? How can you use the same wordings that were used for that time period? That was to wake those people up. You got people still out here talking about the Asiatic black man. They from Chicago. They ain't never been to Asia. All right? And this is what I'm explaining to you. The original man, the colored man, all of that is outdated. All right? Even the population of that time period of the world that was being explained to those people, it doesn't apply to right now. So why don't they want to grow? What are they afraid of? Let me tell you why somebody might not want to leave their merchandise house. Let me tell you why somebody might not want to leave their place of business. Let me tell you why somebody might not want to leave the plant. Let me tell you, because they got it good. That's all they can think. I'm making money here. What are you talking about? I don't need another messenger. Nuri Muhammad might say, oh, we don't need no more messengers. We already had the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Dr. Malachi York just copied out the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You heard Rashad Jamal say it. These people say, oh, you just copied out this person. If they would have said that would be a lie, because they were trying to deflect from the fact that they were running off with information and trying to what? Turn it into merch. Turn it into t-shirts. Turn it into videos, which became the new t-shirts, where people were peddling information that was already put out at that point in time for those people. And they're telling new people that that information is what's going to save their soul, not understanding that the information itself is alive and living. If you go in and you're looking for phase 1 10 years ago and you can't find it because you keep seeing younger pictures of me and you give up, and I'm standing there, I'm like, what's wrong with you? I can't find you. I didn't look that way. You understand? You're looking for an older version in something that's new, and you're looking for a newer version in something that's old, and you think this is going to get you to accurate positions and places that you need to reach. You think you'll be able to receive the gems fully, and you're looking for, just take that in for a gem. If I say, oh, show me a picture of you when you were 10, I'm not going to behold who you are now, right? So then what about this? If I go around showing people a picture of you when you're 10 years old, and I'm saying, this here is who? This is Tyrone, or this is Janelle, all right, or this is Tasha, or this is Shakina. And I walk, and they say, okay, cool. And I say, go and find her. And they're looking all over the damn world for Shakina, and they can't find, they don't even know who to speak to because nobody look, they walking up on random children that kind of look like this image. And Shakina, Tasha, Tyrone, everybody that grew up, that's what they did with this information. Niggas still trying to teach non-ether. Don't understand it. They still trying to talk about carbon. Never understood it. They're trying to talk about dark matter. Never understood it. They're trying to talk about the Anunnaki. Never understood it. They're sitting people down who people are claiming to be a part of the Anunnaki to talk to them about extraterrestrials, and they sound empty, like trash cans. You understand that? They sound empty. What has happened? They have refused to leave their places of business. They refuse to. Then you'll see people put on their story because y'all know y'all sent it to me. Oh, I'll be damned if I struggle. I got to take care of my family. Sounds so familiar. Sounds so familiar. But what profit of man? All people paying attention to what I'm saying at this moment. What profit of man? You gained the whole world. You have people like 21 Savage saying stuff like, this is how I feed my family. So you have to feed your family by pushing destruction to all these other people's community. Well, then how does the man who works the garbage truck feed his family? How does the woman who works at Kmart feed her family? How does the person who does lashes, how does the lash tech feed her family? And how is it that these people are not causing death, but they're still able to feed their family? And they might have missed a very important point, but I'll teach it to them because they're not paying attention. $500,000 earrings ain't feeding your family. Not to mention niggas is losing their earrings. You know, they'll spend all this money on these diamonds or these glasses, all right, or these pieces of glass. They're telling people diamonds. They'll promote that. Say, okay, and then what? Their family ain't being fed by that. The cars you buying ain't feeding your family. Guess who is feeding? You. Which is the synthetic you, not the authentic you. I already told you people gonna have to choose between the moon or the sun. They're gonna have to, and they're looking at it from the wrong way. If they understood it, it's not you're going left or right. Okay? You got to stand that thing up. So you'll understand that the moon is at the bottom and the sun is at the top. The straight and narrow. You say, should I go left? Should I go right? Should you go down or up? That's what you're trying to figure out. And when you deal with it through the law of correspondence, you'll understand the trick that was set up here. Somebody listening? That people are looking for this or that, not understanding that it's both, and you need to stand in the center. That's how you get home. That means no matter what you're reading, whether it's from left or right, right from left, you'll know what the information is. You'll know what the beneath information is, information, affirmation is, and you'll become T or Eve, alive. So don't tell me Allah is not a mystery. It's a mystery to you. You got people claiming that they sat with Allah. You got people claiming that they were on the mothership with this. Were you there? Or were you on the West End over there by Adair Park passing out newspaper, selling me bean pie? Or were you over here selling me crystals, telling me what to do to put the energy on my altar? Or which one of y'all sat with the Anunnaki face to face? We are Anunnaki gods. What if I'm a devil? Did you ever think of that? What if this man over here is a devil? Did you ever think of that? What if this person right here is a draconian and they just look like a melanin dominant person? What do you mean we are Anunnaki gods? You have to drop the illusion. Anybody telling you we are Anunnaki gods, ask them when the next time they say, and I'm not talking about this, what they're going to try to hit you with. I'm not talking about you took some shrooms and you imagine because it's already rooted in your psyche to do so. Extraterrestrials. You don't understand how powerful the brain is. Depending on what level your frequency is on, all right, or what state of consciousness you're in. In lucid dreaming, I'll talk with the Anunnaki tonight. And y'all want to hear what they say? I'll go into my dream and say, Anu. And because I already have an image of Anu, guess who's going to pull up? The exact image that I've already seen. So these people didn't even have a clue that these beings were potentially melanin dominant until Dr. Malachi York put out the images. And now people are trying to group these people with images that Dr. Malachi, those are his images. And then Dr. Malachi York had a whole teacher say, are the images real? Somebody said, you saying that this ain't a real image. How are we supposed to know that this image that you put out of Anu is real? How are we supposed to believe that? He said, I'm telling you, don't believe the images. He said, because you're not going to know unless you've seen them yourself. So let's say Dr. Malachi York is the only person that's on this planet at this point in time that has seen Anu face to face. Let's deal with this truthfully. Dr. Malachi York said, I saw Anu. He said Anu was a man. I saw him face to face. All right? Ask the Sabaeans what they think of Anu now. And then tell me whether or not they believe in Anu or they know what they're talking about. Ask Nuwapians. Ask anybody who thinks. Ask the conscious community. What do you think about Anu? Okay, when the last time you saw Anu face to face? We know that there's a possibility that you can see these beings because Dr. Malachi York talked about it, right? These people haven't seen it. And now they're saying that no, we don't, the Anunnaki stuff ain't us. We beyond it now. We on the terror. I said he was teaching the terror when he was out. And he taught you how a lot of these people are the same beings. You're just using different languages to express about it. But guess what? If you're talking about you're praying to Panataru, or the Neteru, or the Elohim, or the Anunnaki, or the angels, or Jesus, or God, or Allah, whatever it is, and you've never been in the presence of any of these beings the way that some of these people in your stories have, you're a believer. You don't know what you're talking about. So you can't tell me the new doctrine is that we are to pray. You can't tell me the new doctrine is that we are to believe when I can find many different things that Dr. Malachi York said in his books. Like, I told y'all don't believe me, you still want to believe. He even said recently, y'all want a religion, you can have a religion. Y'all still want religion. You don't want to know. The biggest key here is you'll start realizing what you don't know. You'll stop wasting time. You'll stop wasting time. Let's say it takes a certain amount of money. I don't know, $144,000 to get into this ship that leaves before this plane is destroyed. Let's just put that out there. $144,000 you need. All right? This is what it is. It will not change. This is what you've been told. You got to figure it out. You will know the truth is equivalent to you having $144,000 in funds to be able to enter that city or that ship. So then would you waste your time telling people you got money and you don't have it? Would you waste your time collecting pennies and you've already mapped out how long it's going to take for you to just make $1? It's going to take you 30 years and you don't have 30 years and you out here collecting pennies? Would you waste your time debating with another motherfucker about whether or not the dollar they got or the dollar you got is real? No, this is my dollar. My dollar is the real dollar. You got a mystery dollar. I got a real. Would you waste your time? And I'm telling you, this is something that has been happening. People have been wasting time. And these same people only want to deal with the religious part that says how to live in the world. And they don't want to deal with those same books saying, my father's home is not a place of merchandise. This ain't my dad's home. This isn't my father's home. You have turned it into, I don't care nothing about your money. Oh, you're a rich man? Great. How about this? Take your riches and give it to the poor and then walk with me. And let's see what happens. See if you can reach everlasting life then. You understand that? But everywhere you look, people are talking about riches. Everywhere you look, people are talking about economics. Don't worry, if they got the BWO, trust and believe it has something to do with economics. Oh, don't worry, they're going to try to bring the conscious community together. It's going to have something to do with making them richer. You'll never observe them not having the funds of this world, but the wealth of life, and still getting things done. You'll never observe that. You'll observe that you'll go around them, and they're the ones who are wealthy. And you're the ones trying to figure out how to achieve wealth or riches, not understanding that it's already in and out you every time you breathe. So is God a mystery? Of course God is a mystery. The question is, when, where, or has the mystery of God been finished? Can we read Revelation chapter 12? No, Revelation chapter 10. Let's go 10 all the way up to verse 8.
And I saw another mighty angel come down from heaven, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was upon his head, and his face was as it were the sun, and his feet as pillars of fire. And he had in his hand a little book open, and he set his right foot upon the sea, and his left foot on the earth.
Right.
And cried with a loud voice, as when a lion roareth. And when he had cried, 7 thunders uttered their voices. And when the 7 thunders had uttered their voices, I was about to write, and I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, See, seal up those things which the 7 thunders uttered,
and write them not. Right? That's what it says, right? And write them not. So let me ask you a question. Are you not reading what they call the book of God? Isn't it supposed to be God's word? Okay, so is this not a mystery? Ask your pastor, what are the 7 thunders? Ask Farrakhan, what are the 7 thunders? Ask 19 Keys, what are the 7 thunders? Now you have to understand, these people belong to religions. 19 Keys grew up Muslim, and is still a Muslim, still walking around with Muslim symbols. So this book is a part of that whole lineup. Why so? Because Revelation and Al-Quran go hand in hand. You understand it? And we're going to see something about a little book being passed and everything in these books. All right? So then, all right, do you adhere to the Torah? Do you adhere to Revelation? Do you believe in this God that's supposed to be aligned with the Christian God? Does your book, Al-Quran, say, don't argue with these people about the God, our God are one. Your God and my God are one. Okay, so then you align with the Christians and their God. Okay, what are the 7 thunders? Tell us. Don't speak about higher level if you can't explain what the 7 thunders are. Why am I saying that? Because in this very book, okay, it says, what? Don't write down what the 7 thunders are. Yet, the seven thunders were written to have uttered a thing. Read it one more time, that same verse.
And when the seven thunders had uttered their voices, I was about to write, and I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, Seal up those things which the seven thunders uttered, and write them not.
So yes or no? Is this a mystery? That's a mystery, isn't it? They don't know what the seven thunders are. That's a mystery. Keep reading.
And the angel which I saw stand upon the sea and upon the earth lifted up his hands to heaven, and swore by him that liveth for ever and ever, who created heaven, and the things that therein are, and the earth, and the things that therein are, and the sea, and the things which are therein, that there should be time no longer.
Time no longer. What is time? If you deal with it truthfully, time itself is a mystery. When you first open up this book that we're reading from now, they start talking about something dealing with time, don't they? In the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. Or if you read it in the proper, and you read it in Hebrew, right? You'll say in beginning. Okay, so better sheaf. All right, in the beginning or in beginning or in a beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That cannot be the beginning. How do we know this? Because God is doing a thing. And in order for God to do a thing, there must exist space for God to do it. In order for God to do a thing and space is there, if we're dealing with the true space-time continuum that science has figured out about or taught about, then that means that there's space and time already there. So there is no beginning here. There may be a beginning of this planet that you're talking about, or even still, you're not dealing with the beginning of that planet. You're dealing with the beginning of the formation of the land that's on that planet, because they never said they created the water. So they said the earth was there. It was void and without form, meaning that there was components of the land available to pull together to make land. All right? But it was in the water. So they pulled that together to create land masses, according to what this story is explaining. So is time a mystery? Yes, it is. They're still trying to figure out about time. Let me tell you how you know time is a mystery. They have something called, you can research it, time dilation theory, Einstein. All right, where it says the closer you get to the center of gravity, the stronger the force is, meaning time will move slower. So they literally are qualifying time as some type of fabric that's affected by other things in space, okay? Including the gravitational center of the earth or any other body. You can test this out. Watch the movie Interstellar, by the way, because they show that when they went into another planet, you'll see that there were huge waves of water that were moving super slow, apparently. But as they got, you'll see how tall they were and how big the waves were. The frequencies of that planet were a lot lower and slower. You understand that? Because when you're dealing with frequencies, you're dealing with waves. All right, and wavelengths. You're dealing with crest and trough the same way you deal with the water in the ocean and you see the tide. Okay, that's still crest and trough. There's ebbs and flows. All right, so then the frequencies of that planet must have been slower, and the time must have been slower, because they were only there for what seemed like an hour and some change. But when they got back to the ship that was waiting outside of that plane, the man that was on the ship had been arrested, right, for what? 27 years. So that means that time moved differently for him. How is that possible? They're both still in the same quote-unquote reality. You can observe that when you go to rest. You can observe that if y'all are in a room together and somebody is sleeping. To them, it seems like they've been resting for 9 minutes. Okay? But 9 hours have passed. And you observe those 9 hours. And you can take into account those 9 hours. You can recall those 9 hours. But this particular person isn't able to do that. You see what I'm explaining to you? They can only account for 9 minutes, but both of y'all in the same room. So this is why they say time is relative. So if time is relative, then it must be a mystery, because according to where your position, time will be a way to you. And according to another person in their positioning, time will be another way. Which way is the way? You understand what I'm explaining to you? How can I say for sure to somebody, time isn't speeding up, you're just getting older? You understand what I'm explaining to you? Time isn't speeding up. You're just changing in age, so that's why that effect is different. How can you say that to that person truthfully when you're not even experiencing time? Y'all realize that not everybody is experiencing time speeding up. And now, since we've established time as a mystery, answer this question, science is included. because they do delve into the Bible and Al-Quran, especially the physicists, okay, when it comes to the Quran, to try to figure out more about whoever these scientists were, or these guys, or Elohim, or Agdoad, or Enad, or whoever these beings were, as far as their information and their wisdom when it comes to the reality that they're operating in. So they'll delve into the books. Please answer this question. What does it mean when it said that for the elite's sake, or for the elect's sake, the days will be shortened? How do you shorten days? You understand what I'm explaining to you? What are you doing when it comes to time? Now, realistically speaking, if the planet rotates, then the only way to speed up the day that's categorized by the rotation of the planet is to increase that rotation's speed, correct? Meaning, if I want it to be a faster day, and I'm counting a day based on the rotation of the planet, all right, then that means that that day will only be faster if that rotation speeds up. And it'll be a slower day, all right, if that rotation slows down. You with me? But who has the power to do that? Is that an answer or a question? So is who a mystery? Is who God is a mystery? And you look up H-U, who, right there in the middle to who that we were talking about, and you'll find that it's dealing with a mystery. All right, or in other language, ancient Egyptian language, you might find different derivatives that say what this is Ha, and Ha is the infinite one, and you don't really understand about it. So we have who as the creative force, and you'll find that you go research it. If that is the creative force, not just the creative force, you have the creative force of utterance. All right, all of this is a mystery, because in the beginning was what? The Word. Not just in the beginning shows up more than once in the Bible. You have the Genesis, and then you have the John. So one says, in the beginning, God created this and then a third. And then another said, in the beginning was the Word. You with me? And that word was uttered. Listen to what I'm explaining to you, because you'll find that utterance and who are synonymous linguistically. All right? So you have a creative force that brings you to words and how they push out and become things and realities. Are you with me? So that's what they refer to as the Word of God. Like I asked the sister, are we reading the Word of God? They say yes. So then we're reading Medu-Neter. If this is the Word of God, then linguistically we're reading Medu-Neter. And if we're reading Medu-Neter, we're reading divine speech. And in order to fully understand divine speech, we must have the cipher, okay, or the code, in order to break that down, break down the light. Like they say, Lu cipher. Dr. Malachi York taught that. Lu cipher is Lu or Lux cipher, meaning to break down light or carry the light. What is the light? Information. And if you don't have the right information, you'll be clueless on all of these things. What are the noble gases? You understand that? Or what are the elementary particles? What is the periodic table? Before they said this is the periodic table, because it didn't start like that. They had to keep adding different things, and then you have your alkaline metals and all this stuff, noble gases, and they figure more about this one, so they move it around, and this value moves over here. It didn't start that way. What were they figuring out, and what are they still attempting to figure out? You with me? So if they're attempting to figure out time, and it's elusive to them, what to say of your reality? If they don't even understand truly the functionalities of time, how do you think they understand truly the functionalities of space itself? And when y'all say space, y'all have to stop thinking we're talking about off the planet, because this is space right here. You understand that? I just moved through space, and I don't even have to move, if you want to say move as in A to B, to occupy space. I can stand still and still be in motion in space. And this staff right here is still occupying space. But what is space? And what is matter? What is solid? What is liquid? What is gas? These are words to talk about how space is being occupied. And you don't even know what space is. So there does not exist solid. There exist molecules that come together and they bind. And they decide, I like you so much, I ain't gonna move until it get hot. If it get hot, you gotta get up off me. Like melanin dominant people. So molecules is black. I'm just playing. But still, okay, if you look at it truthfully, there is no solid. They're just molecules and atoms coming together and say, let's bind. And then there's an energetic transfer, or there's some type of excitatory occurrence that moves these things into other places or positions where now it's no longer a solid, it's a liquid. And now you say, okay, I'm still rocking with you, but it got a little hotter, so we're just going to have to move our own ways. And it become a gas or a vapor. But you're just putting a word to an occurrence. what is the occurrence? You understand what I'm explaining to you? So if this is happening in space, it's happening in time, the continuum. And if it's happening in space and time, and we don't understand space and time and it's relative, listen to what I'm about to explain to you, then are not beings and they're observing relative? You think you see me, right? Yeah, because you're supposed to think you see me. But what are you really looking at? A screen. And you think you're looking at me on the screen. No, you're not. You're looking at pixels and electrical circuits firing off, aren't you? You think you hear me? Or do you hear sound waves being converted into electronic signals? All right? Which fire off and travel through what? They'll say, oh, we just figured out waves. So they travel through waves. And all of y'all who are here are able to hear me at the same time. Okay? Or maybe different times. So how true is it, this reality that you're observing right now? Because somebody literally on the other side of the house might be hearing this 5 seconds late. Somebody that's in Canada somewhere might be on here watching. They don't hear this till 2 minutes. And they think they're far enough that it don't even matter. You understand? So then y'all are time traveling right now, in a sense. And you're observing information that has traveled through space and time, right? You're observing teleportation. The information and the images that I'm sending you right now, or that are being sent to your device, have to travel from one portal to another. And the portal is the phone. What am I explaining? I'm explaining that it may seem that you're looking at Omari teaching right now, but what you're really observing is a lot of mysteries functioning as something that you've accepted to be what you know. There's still mysteries how I'm able to do this thing. If it's not a mystery, right now, somebody tell me how many cells I have in my lungs that are producing this sound. If it's not a mystery. Tell me right now how many cells I individually have in my lungs. If it's not a mystery. You should know the answer. Nothing should be elusive to you. And anybody saying to you that they got their information from the divine, from the Most High themselves, right? From the ethers, they should definitely not be getting things wrong, like whether or not I've said Dr. Melikazi York is my dad, or whether or not this is dad. They should have all of that already known. Or are they posing as though they channel? We know the difference, because the wise, we will act foolish. It's more of a lesson for you, for me to act like I don't know what you're doing, than it is for me to check you every time. Because then you're not learning. You're only being on your best behavior around me. You understand? Or being on your best behavior because you think you're being watched. You want to know what's so beautiful about this plane? You're always being watched, but the illusion you're dealing with makes you forget it. So you think you're fooling people. You think that there are beings who are not watching. You think the overseers don't exist. You think that, and then you try to convince people that you think God is real. You don't really believe in God. You believe in what God does for you as an idea. I'm going to tell you why I know that's true. If you really believed in God, and you believe in the story thereof, and you believe in all of his messengers, the signs, the prophets, everybody that came through, the Messiah, his very supposed to be son begotten, that was supposed to have sacrificed his life, even though he evaded it, depending on how you look at it, right? Because he still didn't leave alive, so he did not die, okay? Because to die is to be dead. Once you're gone, you're gone. It's given man once to die. You cannot die multiple times. So this being did not die for us. If you want to say anything, he went to sleep like Lazarus did. And he rose up. He might have taken a great nap, if you believe in this. But he did not die because it didn't end there. He left your planet alive. Okay, all of these people have brought you these messages. According to these stories, you got the Hindus. A lot of people try to shut their ear to them, but they have a lot of wisdom and sciences that people could benefit from if they really want to look into the science, not the esoterics or the beliefs, because then you'll fall into another religion or spirituality if you do that. If you look at what all of these people have brought you, and you see the central point, the central point is family. Get the fuck up out of here. Every religion said family. Y'all didn't read it? I read it. At the end of every book, she holding the book. I promise you, we go to the last page, it's going to be like, family. Get the fuck up out of here. Every book is saying, I was talking to a Jehovah's Witness about this very same thing, and this was an elder lady, and she told me what? She said, I'm earthbound. I'm okay with being here. I like to talk to my ancestors and never go down. I'm like, I don't think she understands that this same story talks about the destruction of this place. So I don't know, I can't relate to it, but at least she was honest. But a lot of people are earthbound. A lot of people may never escape the cycle. And it may be so far away or out that they even have the attempt in their brain to do so, that it may as well be everlasting damnation. You see what I'm explaining to you? How long have you been here? If you think you know, how many lifetimes, or what do I tell y'all? It ain't even lifetimes. How long did it take for that mystery to be revealed? Anybody say, I remember who I was in my past life. I had many lifetimes. Remember the Rashad, all these people? What do you mean lifetimes? All you did was change form. You mean life form. Because that's the real thing. There's no lifetime. That's you thinking that because you died, time ended. Time is a mystery. How did it end? And then how are the people that saying time is illusion saying they remember who they was in their past lifetimes? You understand the fallacy that's involved with this? All you gotta do is crack it open. If you believe in reincarnation, meaning you got back into your car to be alive, okay? Re, return. Or pray, ru, your soul returns, comes back into the car, which is your body or flesh or jasad. It returns to the flesh and nation becomes alive again. All right, meaning it's able to live in the land of the living, as they call it, so that you can function not as a disembodied spirit, all right, as someone who is here able to interact with this realm, how humans can, or animals can. If you believe in reincarnation, then you don't believe in past lives. You believe in multiple life forms that you've taken on while here in the now. So all you did energetically was move around, and this energetic configuration may break down or decompose. It won't be a song anymore. And then it has to turn into another song or another composition. And then it breathes a new way through a new ejaculation and a new climax and a new cultivation in the womb and a new growth of 9 months. And then you're here. You see what I'm explaining to you? Which is why when you're born here, you're not even, people say, I'm a day old. No, you're not. But by the time you get here, you're 12 months old. You were 3 months in your father, brewing up and spewing up and fighting to get here. Then you're 9 months in your mother. Why people letting people convince them that they just got here, they're a day old? You're 1 year older than what you're being taught. That's a mystery. And you accept it as true. You see what I'm explaining to you? And not everybody has 9 months either. Some people have 8 months. Some people have 10 months. Some people have 7. And it don't even always mean premature or something. It just means that people's time is relative. So that's a mystery. You see what I'm explaining to you? Time and space are a mystery. Okay? The reason why I challenge these people like how I challenge these people is because we know better. And we just want to see whether or not they're going to acknowledge that they know better. Not because we want to debate with them. We don't have time to debate. Not because we want to prove them wrong and fight rivalry for status. We don't have time for that. We just want to show you, the followers of these people, that they're not even willing to sacrifice their illusions. What'll make you think they're willing to help you sacrifice yours? They're not even willing to help. They don't want to sacrifice theirs. Let go of all the luxuries and the deliciousness. They living with the harlot. It's good for them. They can't step down from that. Yeah, they're on higher levels. They're looking down at you. Yeah, they're on higher levels, and they don't want you to come up there, because you come up there, and what do you need them for? I hope y'all hear me. You know what I'm saying? They walk around and pass you their marks. They put the cap on this person's head, the cap on that person's head. You put the moon on, you put the moon. Everybody, you got this 607 being come out, say, I'm in the name of Sophia. You join the moon. You join. And you got the Bobby Harris. You join the moon up under that. And you got the brother Penny. You join the moon up under that. Everybody who comes out here who's supposed to be one of the ones who are the messengers of the Most High, go to the most low. Is the moon the most high in frequency or the sun? They claim to be messengers of the Most High, but you didn't test every spirit with the spirit. If you're a messenger of the Most High, why are you pushing the moon? That doesn't even make sense. If you're a messenger of the higher level or the greater light, why are you wearing a moon? That doesn't even make sense. The only way you could explain it to me is he was saying we're moving out of Islam. We're leaving Islam, and I'm showing people we're leaving Islam. That'll make sense. If only we're going beyond the art of Elijah Muhammad. We're not in the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s anymore, the 70s anymore. We're going beyond those schools, and we're bringing people to right knowledge. Okay, I said, then I understand why you're wearing it. That's showing a transition. But if you're telling me this, oh, we got this son here, this star here, because he's all our sons. Listen, we moved beyond all of that. What's the sign of the sun? The true light. It's a mystery. It's the light that's in the world, but the world comprehended it not. It's right there. The light is cultivating things all the time, charging people all the time. Stand in the moon and tell me what divine revelations genetically you're going to be able to get. How many of y'all stand in the sun when you're sick or lay out in the sun? How many of anybody ever did that before? You didn't feel well? Listen, let me tell you something. I'm on my, about to be, on your past 12. We on the 7th day of fasting. Listen, I was talking shit yesterday. I got to be honest with y'all. I was talking shit. I'm so, they slapped shit out of me today. I have to be honest with you. I was talking shit. I said, man, I don't even feel this fast. Everything, I got humbled this AM. I had all the headaches that I didn't check in with the other days. They just sat them right there. I had all the nausea. They put it in my stomach. I said, I don't understand what's happening. Listen, I thought I was big. I had to be humble. Are y'all understand what I'm explaining to you? They said, they going to feel this shit then. You ain't even grateful for shit. And what I have to do, I had to go outside and sit in the sun. And people were here to witness what I say. When I went out into the sun, I was charged up. I was charged up because I was about to lay down. I had planned it out already. I said, I'm about to go take a shower. And I'm about to just lay down. I don't even know what I was supposed to be working on the album and everything. I'm walking past all slow. I'm like, I don't know if I should go to the computer or upstairs. I'm going to figure it out on my way. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as I stepped into I didn't even go outside. The light was just shining through the door. I said, oh, I need to go outside. I need to go in the sun. That reminder goes off. How many people get that effect from the moon? How many people get that effect from the moon? You have to make a decision. Are you people of the moon? You can be. You want to be on moon time? By definition, you're a lunatic. Because luna is the moon and tick is time. You want to be a lunatic? You want to be insane? All right? Then what is insane? Y'all remember that, right? Because insane is the word for man or human being. They already said mankind was lunatics. They already called them insane. The Arabic word says you forgot. You don't even remember. You're not Zakar. If you was Zakar, you will remember. And they said that there's going to come a time where man remembers. There'll be the Zakar again. It'll be too late. They said that memory won't do any good for them at that point. So then why not remember now? What is remember? Those of you who walk with me, remember, meaning become a member of the light again. Become a member of the light again, meaning at one point in time you may have been, and it should resonate with you. So then why do people deny Dr. Malachi York? It's the same reason why they deny me. That's not to compare us. I'm saying it's for the same purpose that people out here in my time period of my ages is going out here and teaching. I'm beyond 25 now. Apostles out here 25. And I'm not, again, not comparing myself to him. I could never. All right. What I'm saying is, why do they deny me? Why do they deny him? They deny us because of the truth we speak. I'm not richer than these people. Some of these people, I don't have more following or fan bases or endorsements from the same companies we're supposed to be against and all that. I don't have that. All I have is my voice. And the ones who are in position to help, I show y'all in real time that they're against me or they try to speak me down from the mountain that I'm calling people to. I do that on purpose so that you can look at who these celebrities are. I showed you Waka for a reason. First of all, a flocka is a drug like bath salts. Okay? We're not a part of the drug community. Okay? We don't even align with the drug dealing music. He lived up to his name when he first started coming out. We don't align with that because that means you're a part of the ones who want to go out and dope or dupe the world, which might explain why you see someone like myself speaking truth with a powerful message and you say you need to tone that down and just come a little smoother. Imagine Isa Miriam or Jesus the Messiah standing on Mount Olive talking to the multitudes of the masses, and somebody who is named after a drug, okay, and a puppet character comes out and says, excuse me, can you just be a little nicer? You're upsetting the Pharisees. You're upsetting, let me tell you how that sounds. Excuse me, can you be careful so that you don't offend the ones who have already written in their minds that they're going to crucify you? That way, when they crucify you, they'll at least do it with peace. You can die peacefully, or you can die and people be mad at you. They're still going to kill you. You know, listen, you know how deep it is? They were trying to kill Jesus before he even grew up to become what he was when he was saying they were going to kill him. Look at what I'm telling you. It don't matter what I say. If I would have come out here and been Justin Bieber 2.0, they still would have tried to get me out of here. It's written that way. Why? Because no matter what I do, I have to speak the truth. And it ain't even my voice alone. It's my cells. It's my genes. It's the way. Listen, you see the hair? You know what I mean? I didn't even know how long my hair was until recently. I'm like, how long? You see the status, the build. You hear the voice. You see the tone. Listen to the music. You see how I'm able to convey or purvey messages out here. And people are able to wake up. You saw how we reached Kodak Black. And he said, yo, man, you the reason I'm turning away from the poppy field and waking up again. You the reason I'm becoming sober again. Listen. Oh, but people said, stop doing that. You got Rashad Jamal and the rest of these Jan saying, yo, man, tell him stop writing letters to the rappers. Listen, what does me writing letters to rappers have to do with you and your situation? If I was in a situation, why would I be trying to focus on what's happening unless I'm attempting to keep everybody who's out here attached to me so that my illusion doesn't crumble? Same reason why he blocked me. Oh, he didn't block me because I'm annoying or he beyond that and he raising high. No. They blocked me because they don't want to deal with me truth to truth. Because guess who's watching? Their followers. And they started realizing how much truth was coming from this man. They start realizing how he got time to speak the truth. They start realizing, listen, let me tell you, put it on record. I don't need you to warn me. I don't need you to try to say I'm not Sabine and all this other stuff either. If you got Walker folks texting you, go to the police. Simple. If you got Walker folks threatening you, go show the folks that. Other than that, what you want me to do? Because I'm not going to go to the internet crying about it. They know what's going to happen if they approach me. That's spiritually or physically. I don't walk around lollygagging. Wherever I am, if they have that much of an issue, when they see me, they will have to deal with what comes. Notice how I'm speaking. So if you're afraid, go to the police or go to church. Other than that, they were trying to get rid of Pops. He said it in the book, 50-something attempts on my life. Did that stop him? They locked him up. As far as the world can see, did that stop him? He's still 22, going on 23 years later, still pushing strong. We don't relate to that spirit of fear. And you scared of walking them? Walking them scared of the law. They scared of the police. They don't want to take care of that. They scared. They don't want to die. They're not trying to crash out. They send little people to do that. You're scared of their little people? Well, then who are you? Because the anointed can't be touched. The anointed can't be touched. They might touch you. I saw that. But the anointed won't be touched. Because we're walking in the order. There will be different messages that come through. But everybody that feels it, they'll say, this is the truth. They'll say, he is the truth. It doesn't matter who you are. I got people on here who are part of that camp. And I'm telling you right now, they love me. They don't know why, but they feel it. It comes through differently. So what would I be afraid about? What would I be afraid about? You know, the picture that they sent me, you know, y'all be sending me pictures. I don't be on these people's pages. Y'all sent me the picture, Lightweight when they were talking about, and y'all sent me where Walker was. I didn't even see that. I was busy going where I was going. Y'all sent it to me. So let me say something to address that piece. First of all, when he said too much attention makes a donkey feel like he's a lion, I started to go to the page and be like, which are both beasts, by the way. Because remember, he was trying to act like he didn't know what the beast is that I'm referring to. Right? Okay, so the lion and the donkey are both beasts. They're categorized as animals or beasts. All right? My point is, we're not dealing with threats. The world is dealing with a threat. And their biggest threat is ignorance. I'm not threatened. You're threatened. You want to ignore that I'm speaking the truth. Some people are rooting for these devils. Some people, like when they made the video, said they were going to expose me. What did they do? They said, phase 1, finally exposed. People are waiting for it. Remember when Rashad Jamal said, you just made a career-ending decision? Did it end? Or since then, 100,000 more followers came through. I don't understand where it ended at. More people are aligning, Kodak Black, you see all these stars lining up, right? How did it end? People are still working with me behind the scenes. You may not even see them. How did it end? Then that's another false prophecy. That's another false prophecy, nigga. You're like, you are on a roll. Everything these niggas say be lies. You see what I'm explaining to you? So instead of, and it's for Wack and all of them, instead of trying to step in for 4L and them, or 21 Savage in them, you need to be asking 21, is what he's saying true? Were you on Tom Ray with this man? Were you right there, Dr. Melakazi, your family, y'all was there? Is he telling the truth? Ask him why he ain't said nothing to me. 21 Savage came to me, but you're coming to me. That's why I put in the Walker letter, I said, what does this have to do with you when I talk to my brother? 21 Savage was raised up in the same information that I was raised up in. The same community and everything. What does this have to do with you when I'm telling my brother to come home? So what is it going to take? Because everybody's starting to say it now. Man, we got to drop. You see Charleston White, all these people coming. We got to drop this murder stuff. The music making us go crazy. All right. So then tell me why y'all want Charleston White to come talk, but you don't want me to come talk. Because deep down in your bones, you know Charleston is driven by money too. And anybody driven by money is not a threat to this construct. Anybody driven by the lesser light is not a threat to this. Oh, they're going to give six, they're going to try to make 607 the new Kanye. Why? Because he's a demon. He speaks demonic. He comes in darkness. They love it. They love that. He'll say things like, man, I want to F Charleston White. And people say, oh, okay, this is highlighted. Da, da, da. They want foolishness. Ain't nobody focused on ascension. Please explain to me how you effing Charleston White has anything to do with people raising up. That's why you're dead. You can't function beyond the root. What are you talking about? You sacrifice your son. This is what you come out pushing. You're dead. You operate in the realm of like the beings in the Sinners movie. Why don't you tell the truth that you dead? They don't want to tell the truth. That's why all they talk about is death. And these rappers, all they talk about is dead shit. Is money alive? Let's talk about it. Is money alive? Let's have a conversation. Are these drugs that they pushing out into the communities, is that alive? Are the Muppets alive? Is Versace alive? Is Balenciaga alive? Listen, these motherfuckers did exactly like I told you they would do. Right? And they started sneaking back in with the baby and them and all these other people. Balenciaga again. After they saw in real time what Balenciaga did with them children sexually, to promote the sexualization of children and BDSM when it comes to youth, they saw that. And these niggas still coming out here, Balenciaga, I'm Balenciaga down. Knowing that Balenciaga means Baal is king. Or Baal is my lord. They know that. They saw Baal right there. And they still said, I'll have it. And that's not dead. They're a part of the living. So what lion? What lion? You understand that? And do you think that the goal is to become a beast? Roaming in the fields of safari? You think that's the goal? No, the goal is not beast. The goal is overcoming the animalistic self. And they feel it every time I speak. They know that. First of all, Walker, why'd you follow me? First of all, the first message you ever sent was you talking that talk. Until I was speaking about people that you're associated with. And then it becomes, man, maybe you should calm down. I'm used to that. Because people like Smoke the Creator. You're following me. You're bigging me up. You're saluting me. And then I say, stop smoking weed. And now I gotta be a fuck nigga. I gotta be wicked. I gotta be fake. I'm not in tune because I came for your drug. Alright? Or you come for people's illusion, you become the biggest enemy. Enemy number one. As long as I'm supporting your habit, or as long as I'm supporting your illusion, or as long as I'm standing there saying, listen, let's go to the club, or as long as I'm saying, listen, yeah, let's take these shrooms and just lose our fucking mind, as long as I'm saying, then yeah, y'all put me right up there with everybody else. You understand? That y'all are putting up here on these pedestals that you idolize, you don't want to say you idolizing. How are you guys and you got idols? You're idolizing these people, running after these people blindly. Not even understanding that idol phonetically is idle. You're not moving. But you call it a movement. You're not moving because you're sitting up under people. And they won't get up off of you because you feed them. You feed them. No, there's no such thing as too much attention in this game. Because nothing will get your attention like the destruction of this plane. Oh, nothing will get your attention like what's coming here. Oh, you better get ready. Because what your governments have in store for you, and what those governments out there have in store for the government that has things in store for you, oh, I think it's enough for you to at least pay attention if you can spare any. Oh, I think it's enough for you to at least pay attention. Like I said, right now, this is 7 day no food. I don't buy into the religious shit of don't tell people you. No, I tell people because they'll have helpers. They'll have people walking with them. I tried to do so many different fasts of 9 days in March by myself. But guess what? When I said I'm going to do this and we're going to walk together, like Pop say, Dr. Melakazi, you're going to say, yo, you start making it about the people and not yourself. Anything you do for others and not you, you'll see things open up for you. Things are opening up. Things are opening up. You understand that? So the mystery of God, let's get around to it, isn't complete for the world yet. Oh, it's been completed for a lot of people. Well, I say it's been completed for a lot. Because when you said a lot, that don't mean many. Because Lot escaped and it wasn't a lot. It was Lot and his daughters. All right? And just because you walk off with somebody and they start walking with you, don't mean they're going to make it to the mountain. Hope you hear me. Don't mean they're going to make it to the mountain. It's a beautiful thing, ain't it? You started walking with them. Everything good. Everybody's here. And then you look around, ain't nothing but you and your daughters. Where's Sabria? She lagged behind. She got destroyed. She didn't listen. Da 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 da. But you started on the path with me. What happened? So a lot of people gonna feel like, y'all didn't listen to my song Clouded where I said the issue wasn't burning bridges. I can fly. You understand? I'm not gonna keep talking too much on the Walker thing because I remember explaining to y'all multiple times over. Everything you see me do is planned and calculated because I use every instance and every situation to get to you. Everything is to get to you. Are y'all with me? All right. Everybody bear witness. In my music, do I say fuck that bitch and I'm fucking that hoe and bent her over, da 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 da, and slut her out and da 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 da. Put a perk in the drink, she wasn't paying no attention, and shot this nigga's children for no reason just because they was outside, and fuck this person's, and you got 607, he fucking Charleston. Is that in my music? All right, now answer this. If it's not in my music, wouldn't that have pushed me out here further and faster? If I would have come in doing what Waka was doing and OT Gymnastics, regular people, if I would have sided with the Nana or Sin or the drug gods or the moon gods, oh, wouldn't people have lusted me from the beginning? So then, if I'm out for what they're out for, first of all, I'm better than them. Yeah, ego, right here. I'm better than them. I rap better. I make better music. I know how to make a hit on accident. And I'm doing it with higher frequencies, and it's working. So most people are raised or programmed to gravitate toward evil. before they gravitate toward good. They're programmed to gravitate toward less than they are more. It's easier to lust than it is to love. I think people understand what I'm saying. So they make it make sense that I want to, like all these idiots, Rashad Jamal, the rest of them, they called me a government agent. I'd have been called an industry plant. I'd have been called a control opposite. Then why am I taking the heart away? Why am I taking the heart away? Y'all done see me talk to 85 South Show, Carlos, rest of these people. Y'all done see me and Nick Cannon in them comments say, yo, let's do a show. Y'all see me talk to these people and put them on the spot in front of everybody and say, let's do a show or let's do da-da-da. And they going around to everybody else. First of all, they're going to make it seem as though 607 Unc and the rest of these people covering more ground. They're not. They're just trying to make it seem like that so they can literally make excuses as to why they don't come into the corner of Nuwaubu or the center of Nuwaubu. They want to stay far away from that. And they're going to grab all the devils and put them in front of y'all. They're going to grab the D1s and everybody and put them in front of y'all. What I mean by they? Did D1 come up by itself? Or did Sway help them? Did the rest, the remote TVs grab them? You saw 19 Keys grab them? Everybody grabs the people. And then what's changed? You watched the interview with D1 and 19 Keys. Did you walk away and you were lifting up? Listen, I talked to Kodak Black on the live, and everybody could go and watch it where I literally was having a conversation with him, and he stopped and was like, yo, while you talking, I feel like I'm just like lifting up. My leg feel like I'm lifting up. He said, it's crazy. What changed from listening to these people? What changed from seeing these people? We know they getting money. We know they doing their thing for their religion. We know that they doing collaborations. It's all money. Somebody reached, I'm not going to say the name of the brother, because he didn't come wrong. I'll say like this. And if you're wise enough, you'll understand it. He ain't no dumb rapper. Somebody reached out to me. It was like, yo, let's do a seminar. Let's come together. Let's talk. You know what I mean? Let's we go on the road. We do touring. We get some money. We're going to sell these tickets. Da-da-da-da. I said, no. I said, it's not safe. Right? He said, what do you mean it's not safe? I said, well, first of all, I'm not talking about myself. Okay? I said, because the way that this is programmed for me is they'll try to get me and they'll hit people around me. You understand? So I'm not going to move like that and just be dropping my low everywhere I'm going, knowing, and then they wanted to do it in Atlanta. I'm about to be in Atlanta. I said, you want to do this in Atlanta? That's where most of the devils at that want me gone. I said, no. I said, how about this? I said, I gave him people that he could talk to. I said, you might want to reach out to Goodell or these people, they don't have no problems. You know what I mean? No disrespect to these people. I'm saying they just don't have the problems. They're able to go and move, and ain't nobody after them. That's not necessarily a negative thing. It may not be their role for that, because not everybody got to be on the cross. You understand? So I'm explaining this to him, and he like, yo, man, that ain't how it worked for me. I ain't afraid of nothing. Ain't nobody gonna mess with me. I believe in God. I got the power of God with me. Da, da, da. I said, I never said I was afraid for me. What I'm saying is, first of all, even with the power of God in the book that you believe, when Jesus was talking shit to them Jews, and he was like, yo, man, I am who I am, and I know you trying to act like you Abraham bloodline, but if you were Abraham seed, you wouldn't want to kill me, da 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 da, and all this other stuff. When them niggas start picking up them stones and start doing like this, Jesus didn't stand there and say, weave. Jesus got the fuck on. Y'all don't be reading the stories right. They said, soon they get to doing this, Jesus didn't do that. He ran. So, first of all, being anointed don't mean be stupid. Do you think I'm so anointed that I could pick a gun up and pull the trigger and shoot myself and I'll be good and still be the same? Or I'll be alive? No, anointed don't mean ignorant or clueless. First of all, being anointed deals with oil. And some of y'all know what I'm talking about. Others may not. You can't just be anointed randomly. You go through shit to be anointed. You go through orders and initiations to be anointed. And it's those initiations. I'm not talking about no orders that you see sitting on the corner of the block. I'm talking about initiations that take place outside of the body sometimes. And you come back and there's a release that happens. The anointing is a repulsion. You repel certain beings and events. And then there's another anointing, because that's dealing with anointing that is the oil. There's another anointing that is, let me put this, everything I'm about to say is hypothetical and allegorical. So let's just say some people here have beings who walk with them, or they have beings who fly. with them. They're literally assigned to them. In Christianity, you call it what? Guardian angels. All right? The Muslims know you got two recording and the malaika or the angels that are there recording for you. Okay? But y'all know that there are guardian angels also. So you know that angels are here, or believe that angels are here according to your story, right? Okay, those are guardian angels, meaning whoever these beings are who move with us. Not only do they have the ability, like with the story of Elijah, when Elijah was able to make the fire come down and burn niggas alive. You understand? He had an issue with like 50 niggas. He didn't have to worry about it. He called down fire and got rid of them niggas. Where did the fire come from? You see what I'm explaining to you? So explain this to me. How would it be so that people shoot into a house and I know they for sure they hit something, but then they leave confused. They didn't hit nothing. They didn't hit nothing. What happened or took place in this particular hypothetical situation where they empty the clips and no one is touched? You see what I'm explaining to you? Well, I'll throw out a sacred word to you. Okay? Igigi. Sacred word. Don't worry about it. It'll be explained later. I'll throw out another sacred word to you. Henu. Don't worry about it. It'll be explained later. If I am flying above a situation, by definition, and I'm looking down at it, I'm an overseer. And let's just say, y'all ever seen the Hunger Games movie? Who saw Hunger Games? Remember that Hunger Games movie when motherfuckers was being chased by them beasts? Where did the beasts come from? They sculpted the beasts out of nothingness using a control board system. The beast appeared in the dome that those people were in, and reality was changed in real time. How many of y'all have observed, you might have called it God, you might have said, Jesus, thank you. How many of y'all have observed something in real time where it seemed like it was supposed to happen, but it didn't happen? Y'all said it. Time slowed down, didn't it? Y'all said it. Time froze, didn't it? Remember the mystery? Y'all said it. How many people saw that? How? Car looked like it's gonna smack into, and then it ain't even, it's going another direction. You know what I mean? How many people have experienced that? And y'all listen, they'll call it by the grace of God. Who snipped and cut for you? That's anointing. Are y'all with me? That's anointing. The anointing is, we got him. All right, bring the squad car. The fuck? Where did he go? That's anointing. Oh, I think nobody in their right mind, especially those of y'all who are Christians, Muslims, or any of these people who are part of the Judaic religions, anything, any Abrahamic religion people, I know you can't be thinking I'm crazy with all these stories talking about how people evaded the destruction or evaded being shot down or targeted or evaded being this. Even the crucifixion was evaded. So that's anointing. My point is, I don't want to keep going over that situation. I just want you to remember that I told you everything is planned. Everything is calculated. You may not know how, but if you watch me and pay attention, my Umi gave it to you. She said, watch his lives and listen to the music. She told you. I'm like, damn, she told her. What, the lives and the music. Even my wife said it. The lives and the music. Because it don't matter what. When I go into that studio and I say something coming, it comes. I talk about something on the live, it happened. Or it shows up more. So you may not understand it yet, but it's coming. The truth will be revealed either way it goes. So that's why I wanted to ask y'all that question. Anybody that still thinks that these people like Rashad and all these are jinn. They're liars. I don't have to debate that. I've shown you that in real time. Only the people who are believers and followers and blind will be like, that's not true. But I've shown you in real time. They don't speak the truth. They don't know how to speak the truth because they weren't raised in the truth. If they would listen, they would learn to. If they would hear me and stop thinking that they're just listening to me, that they were observing formulas being spewed forth. If they could see that, then they could take those formulas and speak truth. Don't try to replicate it falsely, because I've seen people do that. Listen, it is not wisdom to just say a whole bunch of catchphrases. That's not wisdom. Wisdom is when you're talking to that young lady who's going through what she's going through because she'd have been to this clinic and she's dealing with all of this. The first thing that come out your mouth ain't some catchphrase about how life gonna be good. How about your best wisdom that you can offer her in those moments is silence. You teach through silence. You teach through words. You teach through water. You teach through fire. You teach through your feet. You teach through your hands. Do you know when to do whichever? That's Nuwapu. That's Nuwapu. Y'all are looking at, people are looking at what Dr. Malachi York did. Let me tell you something. Dr. Malachi York is a mystery. He's a mystery. Because even when they try, listen, when they do a documentary on Dr. Malachi York, they don't know what picture to use of his. You ever notice that? Some of them use, he was Imam Isa. Some of them use Reverend Dr. Malachi York. Some of them use Rabboni Yeshua. Some of them use the Sabian images that are like new images. They ain't even him. That's really Photoshop images. Some people use, you understand that? They don't know what image to use of him. Who is Dr. Malachi York? Who is that? He is a mystery within himself. And he covered all of these schools. He encompassed all of these schools. And people are trying to talk about him, not even paying attention to the fact that they witness and have witnessed, and if they would bear witness, they will notice that, and it'll be true for them. They've been witnessing and will keep witnessing the miracle of his works. And those who don't understand, when I say miracle, I'm not saying what you think I'm saying. You have to learn what I'm saying. That's why you're here. Mir is the pyramid. Yes or no? Was Jesus not sent to Egypt? The mir is the pyramid. The word ako means hidden. So when you're saying mir ako, you're saying it was hidden in the temples or the mir or the pyramid. You have to go through those schools of the center. You have to go through those schools of the center to grasp it. You understand what I'm explaining to you? You couldn't just be a regular man. You had to be a superman. So by the time Dr. Malachi York got here, he was already a superman. Some of y'all gonna get it, some of y'all may not. You have to be centered in order to do miracles, because that's where the light is hidden. In the center of what? The pyramid. Fire in the center. You with me? So they're trying to go all over to these different corners that he had to touch to bring people to the center, and they're not standing in the center. People are trying, listen, Rashad Imam said, I am not a Nuwapian. He doesn't know what a Nuwapian is. So how can he say he's not? He doesn't even know what it is. And then if it's a Nubian, you're not a Nubian? And then he said Nuwapians are Anunnaki gods too. So you're an Anunnaki god, but you're not a Nuwapian? They're stuck. And we're just offering or honoring. Remember I told you it ain't offer no more, it's honor. We're honoring that they be made free. How are you made free? The truth. So again, I told y'all, sometimes people ask a question and that becomes the whole grade or degree. God is a mystery. We call Dr. Malachi York God. People used to get mad. Now everybody calling themselves gods. The 5%ers will call themselves gods. Everybody calling themselves, peace God, peace, peace. Peace to the gods. Right? Okay, that's a mystery. And the works, the story itself is a mystery. Why is his name Isa, which translates Jesus? And why is his mother's name Mary or Maryam? Why did they make a movie called End of Days, where the main character was called Christine York or Christine York, and her mother's name was Mary? Why? And why in that same movie did they try to make it seem like the number of the devil was 999? And why does Dr. Malachi York say, I'm not Jesus? Ask me if I'm Jesus. And they'll say, are you Jesus? No, I'm not Jesus. So he never claimed to be Jesus. He didn't have to be. His name is Asa. Why would he claim to be Jesus? Are you paying attention? Because people are looking for one person, not understanding that it was already expressed. Multiple beings will have to return. And then they're looking for Jesus to return, but they've been already given a fake image. So they're looking for a fake image. They've been cursed from the beginning. They wouldn't see whoever these beings would be if they walked right up on them. They wouldn't know. You understand what I'm explaining to you? Some people may not. Some people may. Because you're looking for one out of many. As opposed to many, not one. Because who is on that craft, if it's the holy city? This is a mystery too. If the mother plane is coming, who's there? On it. Who's driving? Who's on the right hand? Who's the army? That's a lot of. Isn't Michael and his angels? And Michael is that angel that comes by way of and for Asa or Jesus. Then you have the Son of Man. You have all these other, the Spirit of Truth. You have all these other messengers and angels or angelos or malaika that are supposed to come through. And they're looking for one. And the one they're looking for, they don't even have the proper image of. Does that make sense to you? Let me ask y'all a question. Do you know whether or not I'm Jesus? No. I never said I was Jesus. Let's be truthful. Do you know for sure whether or not I'm who you've been waiting on? Do you know for sure whether or not Malachi is who you've been waiting on? What about this sister right here? What if she's Jesus? All right, those of y'all who are watching this live, what if one of y'all Jesus? Have you figured that out yet, whether or not you are? Again, you're looking for one, yet on the Mount Zion, can you go Revelation 14? On Mount Zion, it's all right, there were 144,000. You understand what's playing to you? Now, we're speaking in terms of gematria, you might add that to be 9. That's still not one person. Let's go Revelation 14:4 all the way to Revelation 14:7. I just heard.
These are they which were not defiled with women, for they were virgins. These are they which followed the Lamb, whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being first fruits unto God and to the Lamb. And in their mouth was found no guile.
No guile. Come on. Before the Lord. Let's get it.
For they were without fault before the throne of God.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having an everlasting gospel of preach unto them that dwell on the earth.
Right.
And to every nation and kindred and tongues and people.
Okay, let's stop there real quick. Read that part again about an angel coming here to be able to talk to all these different people in different languages. I'm confused about that. Let me get that clarity.
And these are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins.
Mm-hmm.
These are they which follow the Lamb wheresoever he goeth.
Yep.
These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto God and to the Lamb.
Right.
And in their mouth was found no guile, for they are without fault before the throne of God.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth,
right,
and to every nation and kindred and tongue and people.
Now pay attention. That's all right. Pay attention to this. Dr. Malachi York speaks 19 plus languages. All right. Before he ever was incarcerated. All right. He was able to speak to people the good news in all of their languages. And it's recorded on YouTube, tapes that never even hit YouTube. Because you have to remember, typing in Dr. York teaching doesn't do it justice. It just helps you get started. There are so many recordings that you've never heard and never touched the internet because they were on tapes. He was doing classes darn near every day. You see what I'm explaining to you? And people were coming from all over the world to try him in private. They didn't want to test him out in the open public. They wanted to make sure they were safe. They found out they were not safe, and that this was some dangerous information because their illusion would be shattered, and you never saw Dr. Malachi York on any of these forums that he put all these other teachers and prophets and all these other people that called themselves these things on. Why? How? For what reason did this occur? Because when people beheld that light, they no longer wanted to even be a part of the illusion. They didn't want to surround themselves with regular lights anymore. They want to be submerged in and surrounded by the green. They want to feel the essence of the violet. You understand what I'm explaining to you? And then you lose people that's a part of your congregation. And these people are finding their way home. So this happened even in the form of Dr. Malachi York already. Of someone who was able to speak to, I'm not saying, you know that's not me. I don't speak all those languages. That's him. The one who came out and pushed the everlasting good news, that's Nuapu. Nuapu has survived through the ages. Nuapu is the very gold that God said was good. Nuapu, go look it up. God said gold was good. You understand? It survived through the ages. Nuapu is represented by the gene. It's also represented by the DNA. You understand that? So when you're looking at a being, you're seeing Nuapu, you just have to decide whether or not you're going to be able to receive it as such. You're seeing Nuapu, you touch them, you're receiving the information of Nuapu, you're breathing Nuapu, you breathe in and out Nuapu, you're alive because of Nuapu, and everything is about Nuapu. And then people say, well, what is Nuapu? And y'all are not understanding that the reason why you're not able to just answer that question is because that's what Nuapu is. The mystery. It is the mystery. I was raised up in the mystery schools, or the mystic schools, the schools of the ancients. And those mysteries only become my story when I grasp it fully. If I don't ever grasp it, I will never be able to have access to those mysteries. You with what I'm explaining to you? So, I know that was a long, drawn out, I'll say that intentionally, answer to the mystery of God. I'll tell you this, you're beholding the mystery right now. And I'm not talking about just the image on your screen. I'm talking about the voice coming through. I'm talking about the light that you see. I'm talking about the way I'm dressed. I'm talking about the clock that you're observing. I'm talking about everything to the number of people, the people that came in here today, the comments, all of that is the mystery of God. It's the mystery of God. Now, does phase one mean to say, let's get this clear. Does he mean to say that people don't need to be economically stable or financially stable, have their money? I don't mean to say that. I mean to say that some will take the token and it becomes their God. Some will take the token and it becomes their sign. You have to know which one you're dealing with at what time period. You with me? And you look out into this world. Are you looking at people who worship money? Or are you looking at people who took the sign of energy, okay, being transformed and taking on new forms, or currency being exchanged, and took it and breathed life into people from that sign? It's not hard to see. That's why I asked these people's followers to come and talk to me. Not so I can make them look bad. It didn't even end negatively most of the time, right? It ain't to make you look bad. It ain't to try to make you seem like I'm smarter than you, anything like that. It's just to show you, family, you have been a part of an illusion. And eventually you're going to have to wake up from that. Or why would you be upset with me? I got people cussing me out on their live because I'm saying, okay, you want to deal with spirituality. You said I'm not on that level. All right, the weed that you're smoking right now, is that spiritual or physical weed? You want to talk about the spiritual weed or the physical weed? And then I got kicked out live. I got called F this, that. Like, you people are angry with me. But that's what Pop say. They get mad at you for the truth you speak. You with me? Any other questions? So we got the mystery of God. The mystery of God has been completed for some, and the rest of you can find the answers to those mysteries that becomes your story. If you're willing to stand in the center and deal with things truthfully only. If you want to keep holding on to the illusion, whether it's through your addictions, your vices, all I'm telling you, you're not going to make it. And it ain't going to be me. I'm not standing there with the staff, ain't the gavel. I'm not that I know of. Interestingly enough, I've always said I'm not the judge. And then the name phase means judge. So maybe I'm not judging how you think judging happens. Maybe my judgment is just that I exist, and a part of me being here is your judgment. I don't know, because we ain't got there yet. You see what I'm explaining to you? That's why I say, even with the Sabian thing, the only one who can say I'm a Sabian is I'm granting that. Only one who can say I'm Sabian is Dr. Melchizedek York. Other than that, I have Nuwapu, and it's been working, and it's been bringing people home. We cleaning people up. I'm cleaning myself up. I done been out in the dirt too. Came back, washed my feet off. You know what I'm saying? It's not a self-righteous thing. I wasn't taught that it was the imitation of righteousness that's going to do this. I was taught you have to actually be right and just. So that is not an easy walk. However, it's a necessary one. What we got?
How do we wake up then?
How do we wake up? That's a good question. Let me tell you how you wake up. It happens naturally. Right? Let me ask y'all a question. For those person who asked me how do we wake up? Have you ever been asleep before? Remember that one time when you went to sleep? And no disrespect to people who may have lost people who didn't wake up. Right? Didn't you wake up? Okay. What are you asking? What you're really trying to ask me is how do I get active again? Because some people sleep their life away. Some people rest and lay down their whole life. Some people will lay in their bed all day. Especially with these phones, you don't even need to do shit. Eventually, they're going to have people who are going to be hospitable deliverers that you'll give them the code to your house. They're going to have a key and everything. All you got to do is sit there all day, eat, drink, probably put a porta potty next to your bed, and then what happens? People going to be able to walk right in people's houses. Watch what I'm telling you. People going to be able to walk right in niggas' houses, just put the food on the table and go in. They're going to have trusty deliverers. You understand what I'm explaining to you? So what you're really asking is how do we get active again? Because waking up doesn't even mean anything. That ain't the whole story. If you just wake up and you go, listen, some people wake up, they hit snooze. Some people wake up, they got in their mind, they're going to do a thing, they don't do it. Some people wake up, they say, I'm about to get up. They'll be in their bed another 6, 7 hours, 8 hours. They lay down. All the entertainment they need is right there. They got food coming to them. They'll be right there. They don't go nowhere. That's what I'm explaining to you. So you're asking, how do you get active? The wake up part is just a step. It's how do you get active? Don't hit snooze. Do that complicated thing that you think is so complicated until it becomes routine and get up anyway. Right? Or look for the signs that are saying get up. Because sometimes you might not feel like getting up. But then you might get a sign. Something happened. Knock on the door. Get up. Don't act like you don't hear the knock so they walk away. You understand? Get up and go and get active. What does this mean though? Because remember, we're speaking in terms, it's decorative language. Wake up, all that's decorative. It has true meaning. Wake up means, listen family, you have been wanting to stop smoking weed, yet you haven't yet. Because why? You think you have time. Now, you may have time, but you don't have time. Does anybody understand what that means? You have time as in your decision-making process is respected. You don't have time as in you don't possess time in your hand to understand it. It's still a mystery. So when do you leave? When do you go? When is your number up? Does anybody think their number won't come up? I should be talking to everybody right now. When is your number up? When do you leave this plane? And when you leave this plane, are you leaving this plane with regret or do you leave regret behind? Do you leave this plane heavy or light? You understand? Listen to the words I'm using. And let's not even jump all the way to death. Because that's the straight. Let's deal with reality now. Okay? Do you want to live your life dependent on that substance? Meaning you can't function. Listen, I hear a lot of people that are making excuses, and you don't understand that I know they're excuses. When you say things like everything is a drug, food is a drug then. Somehow when I eat food, I don't go on a trip. I can be driving and eating a sandwich and not get pulled over for driving under the influence. If food is the drug on the level in which these other drugs are dangerous when it comes to operating in reality, then why is it not illegal to eat and drive? I'm not getting pulled over and say, is that a burger? Step out of the car for me. Step out of the car. Yeah, we got it. I've never observed that. You see what I'm saying? So no, you saying food may have additives in it that cause for people to crave it in that way. But the addictive ain't even the issue. It is the mind-altering substances that fuck up people's day in and day out, but they don't know that day is being fucked up. It's the lotus flower. You're on a mission somewhere. Some of y'all may not be. Then do what you want to do. I don't smoke. I don't do none of these things. That's why I'm telling you. And I never was the one who was hooked on any of this stuff to begin with. You see what I'm saying to you? So I'm only speaking to you from experience. When these people are telling you, you got to do this to ascend, they're lying. They're lying. I started astral projection. I was 12, 13 years old when I learned how to control my projections. Meaning I can leave at will. I never did shrooms. I've never taken shrooms my whole life. So I've been a teacher. I've done classes on these things. And people have been able to change their own life. Some of y'all bear witness. Some of y'all having otherworldly experiences. Spiritual, whatever words you need to use to help you figure out what I'm saying. Y'all having those experiences from being a student of mine or walking with me. All right, or you found Dr. Malachi York. The main thing I'm speaking of here when it comes to me is I've never taken any of these things, and I have the middle name Shaman. And I asked the same person who was mad at me about the weed, does she know what a shaman is? She said, no, I don't. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because the shamans were the ones who got active with these plants or tools that were here to go and do missions and come back with a result or a resolve. You see what I'm explaining to you? So everybody's plight may not be the same in this regard. However, all of you can and will benefit from letting go of these devices, these vices, these deviants, these deviations, because then you start relying on understanding. What's so interesting, I'm getting a word from God right now, is the biblical scripture that people be throwing out say, lean not on your own understanding. Right? If we deal with that linguistically, that shit is saying do not rely on substances. Somebody in here today, I don't know who, but I'm going to find out when I watch the replay. It said, lean not on your own understanding. And when I say the word substances, somebody gonna think I'm trying to be clever. They gonna think I'm trying to do wordplay. They don't understand etymology. But I promise you, will you do that? Will you look up the etymology of substance real quick? Let's see. Let's see if I'm out my mind. Because if I take a stance, that means I'm standing a certain way, ain't I? And if I stand under a thing, that means I'm understanding, ain't I? And they said, don't lean on your own understanding. They gave it to you right there. So don't tell me nothing about the Moses bush or none of that. Don't tell me about the Moses bush. Niggas was trying to use Moses bush. I said the bush didn't even burn. Wrong. We'll read that too. The bush did not burn. They never told people to do drugs. I don't know what's wrong, people. Go ahead.
The meaning is essence or being.
Etymology.
Okay.
Substance. You'll see it.
It says divine part or essence. Common person. Which one you want? It's a lot.
Are you on etymology.com?
This one?
Okay, so what you gotta do is you gotta go Google and type in substance etymology. Because etymology.com will take you through a whole thing. And those of y'all who are listening, you don't gotta just listen to me saying it. You can go and fact check me and see that I'm saying substance means to stand under. What you see? What we got?
Let me see, it's still doing.
You see it?
I see standing.
Okay. What's sub? The prefix.
Under.
Okay.
To.
All right. So it's there. Okay. So again, y'all do it yourself. Standing is stance or stantia. Okay. Standing, stance. Sub is under. Lean not on your own understanding. I'm just throwing things out here to help you because, you know, it ain't even the wordplay. That ain't even the fa part. The fa part is, listen, I remember talking to somebody, they were like, yo, we were in Clubhouse, on the Clubhouse days, and I was talking about technology, right? And I said, well, when you say the word techno, you're dealing with skill and craft. And the ology is saying you study a thing, right? So you're literally saying tech knowledge. Okay, or the knowledge that it requires to you to be technical in these fields. And there was this guy that was like, you're just making that up. That's not what the word actually means. And so I don't get where you're going with that. I said, so then tell me whether or not you have an actual Dear Aunt Sally. He was like, what? I said, you don't remember Pim Dance? Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally? He was like, yeah, I remember that. Did you raise your hand and tell the teacher they were making stuff up? Or did you learn your ass the order of operations? You see what I'm explaining to you? People are looking for an issue with a solution. The problem is already being solved. You're looking for an issue with the solution. Sometimes teachers just have that ability to reach into a thing, pull out what you need, and send you on your way. If you want to be mad like this, I don't even have no Aunt Sally. This motherfucker's a liar. Then when it's time for you to take the test, you ain't even going to remember that shit. Because you didn't see the science in your dear Aunt Sally. All y'all grew up talking about an Aunt Sally your ass didn't have. Especially you from the hood. Fuck, who is Sally? Who don't know no damn. But y'all listen to it, and parentheses. Y'all did the same shit everybody else did. So that's what I'm explaining to you. You look at these words, okay, and you'll be able to break it down and build it up. Destroy and build. Okay, and that's the 8th science, by the way. What supreme mathematicians at? Okay, you go into that science and you'll be able to extract whatever you need from anything. That's the science of the dot too. So for those who ask me, or the one who asks, how do we wake up? The question is, how do you get active? Not just wake up. Okay, go a level further than just waking up. How do you get active? And you get active by dealing with life truthfully. You see, it's going to all lead back to the same thing. Truthfully, you don't need these drugs, so put them down. What you may deal with is certain spells, okay, that belong to certain L's. They call it withdrawal. You may deal with certain drawings or sigils that your body has to remove. They call it withdrawals. Oh, you're going to have to deal with that. Because every time you took a puff, or every time you popped it, or every time you were drinking it, it left an incision and it left sigils in your being. Okay? Meaning markings and cuts were left in your being, or in your brain, or in your psyche, in your soul, every time we indulged in whatever these things were. So there will be a removal process that may be more strenuous for some than others, but you have to endure it. Remember, I said you have to endure to secure. So some of y'all think you're going to be able to take a shortcut, but the cuts that you're attempting to heal from are not short. They are very deep. They've cut to the very soul. We talking about beyond the white meat, beyond the fire inside. We talking about literally the soul, that which makes you you outside of this and inside of this. You understand what I'm saying? It's cut deep. And psyche and soul are one. And people are attempting to go into rehab. You understand what I'm saying? Listen, I say people do need rehab. I hear other people might say, I don't believe in rehab. I understand that's their thing. Rehabilitation is needed for this whole planet. When we got people who done came out here and drug dealing music influenced the fuck out of everybody. We got the Futures. We got the Chief Keefs. We got everybody that put these people in a drug mentality. And they're walking around listening to drug. And they don't understand why they became addicts. So listen, I'm not here to put down people for whatever it is that you stumbled across while you were here. I'm just making an honor. You can receive it or reject it. You have the right. I respect and love you for your right. You can look at me and say, this nigga is clout chasing needed. Listen, something's happening to me. And I don't want to just talk to you about it. I want to make an honor for you that you experience it too. You see what I'm saying? Some of y'all was on the live with me. It wasn't even this many people. Some of y'all on the live with me last shadow, right? Before I went, started snoring. But before that point, okay, there was something happening. I'm feeling these vibrations in my feet. This is what people talk about during sleep paralysis. I was awake, wide. I could talk to y'all. I'm saying something is moving. I'm seeing electric lines. And we on this fast, and I'm telling y'all, somebody DM me and say, y'all, I'm experiencing a high. I'm feeling the high. I said, I can't make that up. Now, can I feel that for you? And ain't that a lot better than me just talking to you about it? And I'm telling you I'm divine insight and all this other stuff. And I'm not even that. And you just believe in it, and then we go on about our life. Next thing you know, you see me riding around in a fucking BMW. Ain't it better than that I'm telling you, listen, don't just fast. Fast this way and see what happens. Center here, listen to this and see what happens. So now you're not just fasting, let's say fasting in vain. Oh, you ain't just not eating food. You pulling away from all of the plugs. Interestingly enough, oh, it ain't gonna stop. In the Matrix movie, in order for you to wake up, you gotta cut off your plug. I'm sorry, I didn't say that. The Matrix said it. Y'all love that movie. Some of y'all didn't like that. Call your plug tonight. Say, I love you. This is where it ends. Now, don't do it if you ain't ready now. Because then you're going to be looking crazy trying to find another one. Listen, if you're ready, call your plug tonight. Say, I love you. This is where it ends. I don't know where I'm going. I just know that I'm going. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do. Because I can't keep, you ain't asked me not one time if I paid my rent. You see I'm out. Every day I'm calling you. You happy as hell to see me. You know what I mean? The plugs that you can catch, because some of y'all got to chase them. They happy as hell that ain't never, yo, before I hand you this shit, nigga, if you take care of this, you ain't went and bought that damn baby no shoes. They didn't give a damn about that baby or them shoes. They went and gave you the product, you bought it, and they don't give a fuck if you're an addict. If you can't function without it, you can't eat without it, you can't talk without it, you can't sex without it, you can't be without it. And these motherfuckers telling you, we need this. Our ancestors did this. Our ancestors was drug addicts then. What are you talking about? We don't need it. I feel great. That's all I'm doing my best to tell you. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. It ain't nothing. Well, I'm perfect. I'm not saying that I'm infallible. I'm not saying that I can't slip up and be like, damn. But that's all I'm going to do. I ain't going to sit there. You see what I'm explaining to you? So call your plug tonight, because all y'all Matrix people, I shouldn't see not one spiritual person talking about the Matrix smoking weed. You got it from a plug. You got to unplug. Talking about, let me call my plug. To hook yourself back up, interestingly enough, these words all align. They call it being hooked on this, hooked on drugs. You're hooked. Listen to the words. If somebody come and hook you, they just knock your ass out. That what happened, right? Motherfucker take it, they be knocked out. Motherfucker pop a pill, be knocked out. Nigga be trying to function while they knocked out. And you wonder why everybody literally prophecy fulfilled, walking around like zombies. Niggas walking around like zombies. But the rappers promoted it, remember? Walker, you know what you did. Future, you know what you did. Thug, you know what you did. Y'all niggas know that the youth was the ones who were popping the perks because of y'all. I was there. I was a DJ. The youth was popping perks because of y'all. Fuck with these elders who ain't in touch with us is saying. Or these people who just grew up with NWA and shit and boys in the hood. Y'all ain't in touch with us. If you were in touch with us, you would listen to what I'm saying. We got influenced by niggas who were literally saying in their music that they influenced drug dealing and drugs and pill popping, and they literally said it. And you're telling me I'm tripping, and you're looking at the state of the youth. They're drugged out and they're killing everything. You see what I'm explaining to you? So all you have to do is deal with things truthfully. You don't need them drugs. Simple. And anybody telling you that you need them because of the ancestors, just say, I love you. I don't agree with that. I love you. You may feel like you need them, and I still love you for it. I love you for your experience. And like I said to the sister when I was on there, I said, listen, I just speak rehabilitation over you. She said, you see how wicked this man is? I just left. I didn't understand. How does this make me wicked? That I'm saying I speak rehabilitation over you. Anybody know me? I wrote a whole book called Rehab. The book ain't saying, yo, stop. Don't do that. The The book is explaining things that you will even go through on that quote-unquote spiritual level when you start separating from these plugs. You got to pluck them off you. You've been tethered here for too long. You start, like, you know what I mean? You can move different. You with me? I'm not bashing anybody. I'm just giving you a door. And if you can see me as someone who can open that door for you, I'm grateful for that. I'm honored. I give thanks for that. That I can be seen as that person. All y'all who came to me, making videos, tagging me, whatever you did, say, yo, thank you, I stopped smoking. Oh, I'm grateful for that. I'm not grateful that, oh, I got accolades. I'm grateful that it worked for you. Because then, what am I doing if it's not helping and touching and reaching people? What am I doing? Because most of these spiritual people still stuck and they're making excuses for it. They don't want to stop having casual sex with everybody they see. So they say, we want to practice Tantra. No, you don't, because a lot of Tantra has absolutely nothing to do with sex. A lot of Tantra has something to do with abstinence from sex, and y'all won't teach that. They got the parties, everybody just in one of these display tables, and everybody come up and touch them and say, we're doing magic. Did y'all check these motherfuckers who y'all just let in and just touch this random motherfucker? Did y'all check these people for spirits? Did y'all check these people for diseases? Did y'all check? Everybody just coming up and just, oh, we're doing it because we want to raise our frequency. You can't raise your frequency by dropping to the root. What are you talking about? The only way that could even nearly work is if you would have checked to make sure everybody that was coming through there was operating in the crown. And then that whole scene changes. You don't got people laying around naked on tables. People are sitting upright like Shiva was. Silent. Pulling up that oil and having it be released from the place of the skull. So that serum can be charged and secreted and sent to the rest. It's not even spiritual. What you're really saying is you're tapping into nerve force energy. Life force. Key. It is the key. You're being aware of your central and peripheral nervous system. You're breathing intently. You're familiar with the parasympathetic and the sympathetic parts of you or nervous system of you. You understand what happens when you breathe deep. This is Tantra. Y'all don't want to practice Tantra. You want to be sexual. It's not sensual. It's just sexual. And that becomes a drug. Anybody confused that sex is addictive? And people get stuck in it? And they can't change. Not they can't. They won't change. Because what? This is what helps their illusion feel better. So which one do you want? Do you want it to, okay, Plato's cave? Or the illusionary basement? Do you want me to come in with a projector? Listen. And put images that you out and you free on the wall? And you locked in chains and you standing there watching it? And that becomes your life? Or do you want me to walk in and hand you that key? And say, all you got to do is put that in this, turn it, and you good. Listen, the guard ain't even going to stop you. It's an illusion. The guard knows, listen, if you think the guard is going to stop you, they would have stopped me from getting to you. Do I need to say that again? You're like, but what about the guard? Wouldn't the guard have stopped me before I gave you that key? If they could stop you? That's an illusion. There is no white man stopping you. Do we need to go there? Somebody ain't gonna like it. That's an illusion. There's no white man stopping you. But they killed Malcolm. They did that. First of all, niggas killed Malcolm. Second of all, they got rid of the body, not the message. Here you go. But they'll kill you. Okay, so if they're going to do that, can you at least get this key before they do that so they don't kill both of us? Can you get the fuck up out of here since you so scared of this guard? Or you so scared of these millions in Atlanta? Or you so scared of that? You didn't learn nothing. Have you learned anything? Here go the key. Go ahead, get the fuck up out of here, man. Oh, don't worry about no guard. That's Bill. I know Bill. Me and Bill go way back. They don't play with us. It's the little ones who don't know no better who play with us. You understand? Oh, you talking about the Baba? I know the Baba. Me and the Baba like this. You talking about the Baba? Who? What? You talking about the center? We know them. They tried that too. We know them. And then some millions didn't know better, and then how they dealt with it spiritually. What are you worried about? You talking about the police? They're my homies. There's no worry about that. Listen, I don't have a problem with the FBI. I don't have a problem with the CIA. They doing exactly what naturally they're supposed to do. They're attempting to survive as long as they can. While you're living your normal, educated, entertained lives, they're attempting to protect their reality and you're in it. Simple. They want to survive. I don't have no problem with the FBI. I don't have no problem with the CIA. I don't have no problem with their governments. You see what I'm explaining to you? Here go the key. With all it is, the white man, you got the politicians, the white supremacists. Well, we got to be mad at Ye. We got to be mad at Trump. We got to be mad at they were mad at Walker for the Trump shit. Here go the key. While they doing all that extra bullshit, here go the key. They can't stop you. You're convinced they can? Well, then there's nothing I can do. Because one thing I can't do, I'm not allowed to, is pick you up and move you. I can't do that. I'm not allowed to do that. There may be some who can. I'm not allowed to do that. All I can do is here go the key. Every time I speak, you were given the key. How long is it going to take you to... Y'all have witnessed me lose my voice so many times. Do I still teach? Because that's how much I teach. That's how long I've been teaching. My very vocal cords have adjusted to the task. I haven't stopped speaking. I haven't stopped teaching. And I haven't talked smoother. If anything, the voice got louder and further. You get what I'm explaining to you? Here go the key. You were looking for vitality. You were feeling low and dead. And you were like, yo, man, something's got to change. And you heard this voice. Right? Some of y'all met me in person. Right? Some of y'all seen me out in public somewhere. Right? People walk up on me all the time. Say, yo, man, I fuck with your music. Or I was at one of these arcades. It wasn't too long ago. I was at one of these arcades. Somebody walked over with their son. Anytime that happened, whoever I'm with, I'll be like, okay, time to go. But somebody walked over with their son. They were like, yo, man, you be saying, Dr. Nutagazi York. I'm like, yeah. He like, see, I be listening to that shit, bro. You be talking some real shit. I'm like, for sure. Like, all right, time to go. But they still, it's reaching people. So some of y'all have seen me, right? Maybe you needed that. That's all it is. But you going to look, and I'm going to be walking right with you. I'm not going to be in no helicopter so my feet don't hurt. Right? I'm going to be walking right with you. I ain't going to be wearing no coat and you don't got one. Then I don't got a coat. I'm going to be walking right there with you. I ain't going to be, I'm the only one who gets some food. Listen, have I been on the fast? Mm-hmm. Am I faking this? I mean, listen, it's not a paid actress. Okay? I don't be like, yo, let's do a 9-day fast. I literally was talking to my wife. I said, yo, I don't want to do this shit. I have to understand how transparent I am with y'all and for what reason. That's all we got. All we got is transparency. All you have is clarity, or you ain't gonna make it. You can't live up under the illusion. You're not going to make it. That ain't boss-like. You have to be up there. You understand that? I said, I don't want to do this shit. I said, I know I need to do it. I said, I'm going to do it. But people don't get me wrong. I told y'all, I loved the 10-piece wings. It hurt my heart to stop eating them. Certain things I loved and enjoyed, or certain things I lusted while swimming in the water. Man, that shit wasn't fun to let go. Right? Let's get this clear. It is a choice of mine to not dance with the beast. And the fact that y'all have watched me maintain, and I never sold my soul. The fact that you've seen it is even more beautiful because they can't do shit about it. I ain't locked in with nobody. Motherfuckers gotta talk to me and realize, first of all, look at all these motherfucking celebrities that are standing around. They have to talk about who is this man. Because they can't say, you better stop, I'm gonna pull that tape you got with such and such when y'all got drunk at that party. You know we recorded you, right? Or you better stop, cause remember that young girl that we sent you when you was like 24 years old and you was at that party and you ain't asked her age? Yeah, she was 15, she was 16. Yeah, you thought it didn't mean nothing because you was around all them niggas, but we got you on tape. Or you better stop, because remember, you got them drugs you was selling, and we got all this on you. We're going to call WAC 100. You know WAC 100, he pulled all the files of everybody. WAC 100 had a problem with me because of Dr. Malachi York. And the best thing he could pull was a screenshot when I asked him if I could do a music video for 6ix9ine. He said, stop texting me. You be texting me, nigga. You be texting me. I'm like, nigga, you responded. What up? You responded too. That's your best work? But look, most he can do is zoom in. See? That's you, ain't it? Yeah. This incriminated? Yo, let me do a music. I said, ain't even just 6ix9ine. I said Blueface too. I done did a music video for industry niggas. What the fuck? I don't understand what's going on. You responded. The first, listen, it's so crazy. The song that I got called New was WAC 100. The cover of it, WAC 100 took the post and posted on his story. It was like, finally somebody got the balls to say it. What if I pull that up and put it said, look, here you go, WAC. This is you, right? That's you, right? Talking about some, finally somebody got the balls to say it. But y'all know WAC 100 to pull everybody paperwork, right? I don't got no paperwork. They people try to make it, that's more stupid to even have all that. You see what I'm explaining to you? So they can't even, you can't go to nobody. Listen, you got niggas literally saying, he trying to diss me to blow up our peeping. I can't respond. Damn, that's tough. I can't relate. I can't respond, so I go at your peoples. Who's my peoples? That's another mystery. You don't even know it's niggas around you who are my peoples. You underestimate. You don't even know how. I know niggas be confused. How you know what's going on? It's niggas around you and you'll never know. And then you got to watch your circle with niggas around you. I put them there. Which one you think will be able to speak more to them? The one who give them some money or the one who talk to their soul? If you're a part of the illusion, you think them niggas gonna be loyal to you because you paying them, they hoeing you. They come and tell me what y'all niggas say. Now you gotta find out who it is. And you ain't gonna find out who it is. Because when that shit happen like that, oh, it's different. You might be able to look at who follow who. And these niggas supposed to be opposite. Some of them, they ain't even gonna follow me. Man, please. There's niggas in every camp. From the YSL to FOPL, but them folks is with me. I told them before we even left Carver High School, I said, when we go out here, this is what we're going to do. You know, I don't even worry about it. Some of y'all done seen certain things on the shows y'all the people say. I said, don't even worry about it. I said, you do what you doing. I'll see you when we get to certain points. They say, phase one, using FBI tactics, you underestimate me. You underestimate me. If any of these people were really a problem, that would be handled. If it was dire, that'll be handled. We know where y'all at. I understand what's going on. You're not an issue. You understand? We know where everybody at. You're not that big of a problem. And I know you ain't trying to go there. Well, y'all don't know where I'm at. I'm not even talking about just physically. Y'all don't know shit. But we know every niggas, nobody's a problem to that degree. If so, we don't even got to take it there. We just deal with it spiritually. You see what I'm explaining to you? There's a different type of phone call that people be having to try to make. I am that phone call. I am the phone call. I'm the one that is going on. Okay, here's what you do. Take this, take that, put it in the ground. It's done. It'll be done. And it's not, I only want your money. Because why would I need that? I just gave you something because you've helped me in this, or you've done this, or we walked together in this. I might be telling y'all a little too much. I don't know what's going on. So the situation is, there's people that be in their camps coming back and telling me this is going on, And it be handled, I don't even know about it. So, Let go of fear. You don't need that. That ain't gonna get you there. Here go the key. Let go of fear. That people are buying into an illusion that one day you don't leave. You're gonna be done with this school. Some people were done with this school at 2 years old. Some people left at 2. Some people left at 7. Some people left at 1 month old. Some people left in the womb. Right? And you sitting here with 19, 20, 21, 25, 27, 30, 40, 50 years on your belt, and you want to play around with the time? And you done had all this time, and you want to play around with it? You have to leave. They can't threaten you. Just move in truth. One day you gotta go. So which one do you think is able to stand more firm? The one who leaves knowing they stood on everything that they were for. They stood on righteousness. Or the one who knows in their final breath, I sold my soul. I didn't even do what I knew I was supposed to do. I sold my soul. That one can't transcend the same. They're held down. And that's why they say them beings grab you. So who can they go to? Say, yo, tell him be quiet. It can't. So this goes to 85 South Show, Say Cheese TV, whoever, if I forget you, you're included. All of y'all blogs and everything, fuck y'all. I don't need you. They go for all y'all TV shows and all y'all people that fuck y'all. I don't need you. If it's been this long and you didn't want to aid and assist, I fuck all of y'all. I don't need you. We don't need you. Go ahead. Whoever need to clip it, let's go ahead and clip it. This goes for 85 South Show, DC on Fire. This goes for Carlos and them. This goes for Nick Cannon and them. This goes for Waka Flocka and them. This goes for Lil Baby and them. This goes for 21 Savage and them. This goes for Charleston White and them. This goes for Kanye West. This goes for Jay-Z. This goes for all. I don't need you. I don't need you. Because if you could hear this much truth in a short period of time, moving how I'm moving, and all of y'all see me, the only way you wouldn't have stepped in to help in any way, shape, form, or fashion right now is you with them devils. I don't need you. I don't need you. It was people in the DM talking about, yo, man, you still gonna do the 1,500 for the 85 South? Fuck the 85. I'll be damned if I send them a dime. I'll be damned if I go to my people and say, and we had the shit. I say, I ain't doing that shit. I'd rather give it to an independent. I'd rather talk to Trey Day and be like, let's do a collab. Fuck them people, because Trey Day can say, yo, man, I rock with you. I see you. I don't need them people. We don't need them people. We on a mission. And what you'll see when you make that type of decision, you stand on it like that, because I've been saying it ain't nothing new. When you make that decision, you stand on it, you become to them. 2018, I had an interview. I said, what's the biggest misconception? If you can't join them, what is it? If you can't beat them, join them, right? I said, that's a misconception. I'll show y'all a video one day. 2018. I said, that's a misconception. I said, if you can't beat them, first response was find another way to beat them. What made you say you just stop there? The fuck? It don't end. If you can't beat them, find another. And then I said, what? If you can't beat them, become the them and have them join you. They got to join you. Nigga, you came and followed me. Fuck I need to follow a brick squad for? I respected you because I'm thinking, okay, maybe this one will be able to get his mind together and stand on it. Because we at war right now, and I fight different. I'm not fighting through no clout chase how y'all do. I'm not fighting through trolling and saying I'm going to have sex with a man. I'm not fighting through none of that. That's you selling your soul every time you do that. I can't relate to that. They can't say I'm just clout chasing because everything I say is true. Unless you say the truth is clout, well, I'll take it. I'll take it. It can't pop it how I pop it. Then you can't tell me that in hip-hop it's a problem that somebody popping their shit with all the shit these people pop that be deadly and devilish. And then I come through and pop right knowledge like I was told to do. Literally. I'm told to pop that right knowledge and get out here and tell all these other rappers, don't be afraid to do that, and y'all niggas want to make me be the enemy. Well, then I'll be the enemy. It's that simple, and anybody scared, don't even worry about it. Keep putting your messages out that you don't fuck with me like I needed you to fuck with me to begin with. And listen, Most High be with you. Because you ain't anointed. Disassociating yourself from the anointed ain't going to help. It's going to make it worse. It's gonna make it worse. Always does. I don't want nothing to do with all that. With any of them. I don't give a damn. Listen, I love it this way. Because all I have to do is look around and say, man, we had 450,000. You know what I mean? We done went viral every Tuesday. People seeing it. The message is getting out. One of the biggest videos on the page, you see Dr. Melakazi York. We right up on May 8th. Guess what I'm going to post? Dr. Melakazi. It's going big again. They all see it. Everybody see it. You see Rollo, shout out to Rollo Farrago. He was like, yo, man, he building stuff in his community. He was like, phase one. He said, man, I see you, phase one. He said, look, I'm doing what your dad did. I guess everybody think about that. Dr. Melakazi York, not my dad. But at least he's seeing it and saluting it. All right, and I know Rollo be like, damn, because Rollo like, man, he like the righteous version of Charles. He said, this nigga phase one like the righteous Charles the White. You know what I'm saying? So I know he at least seeing it. And I know it be like, damn sometimes, because some of the people I call and names get hit, I know he fuck with them. And I don't got no problem with him. I'm just saying, you see him getting emotion and paying homage and sending love, or he'll post what I post, or he'll respond. I fuck with that. I fuck with that. At that moment, you ain't industry. At that moment, you ain't a part of the machine. At that moment, you ain't a part of the system. If you rocking with this, then there ain't got no issue. You understand what's playing to you? And I said, what? In the Do or Die song, what I say? If you ain't rocking with this shit, you just revealing yourself. I don't need no validation. If you ain't rocking with this, you revealing yourself. I'm not waiting on Kevin Gates. You gotta be out your mind. Soon as they said 100,000, I went to Kevin, he said, we're gonna figure it out. It stayed there. It stayed there because it ain't about no feature. What I need a feature for? It's not about the feature. It's about reaching more people. We got people to help. We got a man to help. You see what I'm saying? It's stuff going on in real time. I'm not going to be saying twiddling my thumbs. That's why I said that on the song. Would there ever be a feature with Kevin? That's something Kevin, what he going to do? While everybody's seeing these, I was just saying in my wife earlier, I said they keep bringing all these other people on these platforms to talk all this bullshit. And they asking these questions. You can tell what type of questions people want to answer. Well, these niggas don't have no answers. It's until they speak with one of us who move right there in El Khatib or El Kut, right there in the center. It's when they speak to us where they say, this is different. This is different. And he hasn't stopped. Some of y'all are in my DM now and you used to clown me on Clubhouse. Y'all used to clown me with them devils. Y'all used to be clowning me with them. Y'all used to speak down on me. Some of y'all watched when I was doing the fundraisers and saying, y'all heard me break down and cry. Because these people, I watched them raise money for other motherfuckers to go and find love on the TV show that they shot on their phone. Right? Or other people getting this and they helping them motherfuckers $86,000, $6,800 to just get out of jail. And they got into a domestic dispute. And then here, the young, I was the youngest. I come and say, listen, y'all already see what I'm doing with the music and everything. I'm just doing this so I can keep doing it. Why should we help you? What do you mean why? And I had 1 million people coming from different directions. I'll never forget that day. I was laying on my carpet talking. And 1 million people, all these adults. And then it cracked. And I just cried. And I cried. And then people were like, oh no, I'll never forget. They're like, oh, I'm about to say you something now. I mean, I feel what you're saying. I was just trying to ask these questions. I got you now. I ain't even want it. I ain't even want it. I'm like, how are y'all able to sit here and y'all trying to disguise it as you're asking me shit? I got thick skin. That ain't no problem. I had to deal with all these people talking that game of we're going to help, we're going to get the youth and all that. I had to deal with all of that. And then when I said, listen, I can do it. I'm going to do it. I'm already in position to do it. I'll be the one. I'll put myself on the cross. This is 2020. 2021. I said, I'll do it. Y'all just stand with me and I'll be y'all artist. Y'all be the label. And anytime we need something out there, y'all see it. Listen, has anybody seen me ride around in a Corvette? Do I have a car? Do I have a car? Okay, don't I have like 3 outfits? You would know. You pay attention. You have to show me when I scammed. You have to show me when my whole thing, this same purple shirt that I had on with the damn off the porch. You see the hat? I switched it up a little bit. That was the most expensive shit I did this year, is put the damn Masonic shit on. When you see the Rosicrucian, then you might can say I'm a scammer. And my brother made that. So I don't understand But you see all these people living big and they have to maintain a lifestyle. And you think they're focused on a revolution or an evolution? They got to maintain their lifestyle. They more focused on how they going to pay all these bills in their mansion. They more focused on how they going to keep their car note or buy this new car or pop up with this new chain and wear this gold because the ancestors used to wear it. And y'all keep falling for it. And I literally I cried my soul out that night. I cried my soul out that night. And it wasn't no cry of, oh, I'm defeated. It was a cry of, this is what I'm going to have to deal with. And I came to the elders. Wasn't no people younger than me on Clubhouse in the rooms. I was the youngest one. So some of y'all coming to me, I see you, oh, long time no speak. Why has it been that long? Did I ever switch? Why? Did I ever stop going at the beast? I hold these motherfuckers so accountable, they act like it's not happening. That's gotta be some shit. That's gotta be some shit. Because everybody else who's supposed to be the revolutionaries, they respond as soon as they make a damn post. They ready to talk to them and be on podcasts and debates and other. There's one. They forgot one. They tried to act like one ain't here. This sounds familiar to me. I've seen a story like this. It's still happening. It's the main event. They tried to act like Dr. Malachi York didn't exist. They're afraid of the truth. So again, let's make sure that's clear. We don't need them people. We don't need the shade room. You think the shade room is clueless? I'll post something and get the same amount of views that the shade room get on their post. That's what I said in that distance song. Right? I said I can get more views in the shade room. Somehow they miss me. These are big events now. Kodak Black don't just be on live talking to people. They don't post that. They don't talk about that. That was a big thing. The people had to talk about it. Letter to Sexy Red got 400-some thousand views from an Atlanta artist that's not even signed. He's independent. It's a letter to one of the artists they can't go 3 days without posting. It's major. It's big. And it's getting attention. Not just on YouTube, all over the web. They don't talk about that. They can't talk about that. But somebody posts something to get 30,000 views, it'll be on their page. We don't need them. I'm telling you now, I don't even have to declare it. We're going to keep walking. We don't need them. Only reason why I went up on these people I go up on is because y'all had the choice. And I want these people to see y'all full of shit. The fuck is you DMing me for? How about say, yo, let's get on live. What are you scared of? Let me talk to you. Let me put you in front of my people. Let me post you. Let's do a song. Or let me get you on the phone with 21. Let's squash this. Or you want to DM me. Y'all want to chat and talk in the middle of a war. That's, first of all, annoying. Second of all, it ain't going to help. You want to pull me to the side and talk to me about how I need to be nicer when niggas is shooting at us. Literally and metaphorically. Must be nice. Must be nice to be able to stand there in the den of the lions or whatever the fuck, the donkeys, the gin, and don't nobody fuck with you because you wanted them. Don't nobody try to fuck with you because you wanted them. Must be nice. But when we come through, and we dangerous too, we can't just come through and chill. We have to be ready to go to war with them because somebody, it's going to be 1, 2, or 3 of them going to get agitated just from us being there. Must be nice. Talking about the mystery of God. Let me tell you something. The mystery is in all of the ones who come in and have come to do this. You look at who they try to isolate. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to salute. They rather isolate. Instead of saying, I salute you. Right? They try to isolate you, not salute you. Listen to what I'm telling you. You look at them, who they put off and ostracize. Then you'll see who real. Can anybody contest it? They said, why are you bashing Rashad? They did not ask Rashad, why are you bashing Omari? You see some people are making a decision. You're either going to side with the deceiver or you side with the truth speaker. I'll let you do whichever. Y'all didn't ask him why they bashed me. Y'all didn't ask them why they lied over and over again on me. You only wanted to ask me, why are you bashing him? And what you call bashing was me challenging the deceptions that they teach and who they were claiming to be. We're not cut from the same reality or fabric or space and time. You see what I'm saying to you? So all of you on this walk, just like I said in that post, don't rely on them people. You know what I mean? What Dr. Malachi York taught. He said, once somebody lie to you and they lie to you again, you will be a fool. Don't let them be reliable. They are no longer reliable. You're going to let them keep lying to you? You think politics is our way out? Come on, spiritual people. You think politics is our way out? You think Trump, Biden, Kamala have anything to do with our soul? I told y'all, everybody who ain't elected themselves by 2024 being over, it's over for them. You would have had to elect it yourself. You still caught up in the web. I don't deal with politics. The fuck I need to do that for? When y'all see me talking about some D1 and everybody was doing it. We need to vote for Kamala. We can't let this man be president. D1, you're a Christian. You shouldn't be worried about nobody being the authority of anything of this world that you're in other than God. Or Jesus of authority if you want to give somebody. Why was you talking about we need somebody to be president other than this person? We need to choose a lesser of two evils. Y'all are Christians. How about not choose an evil? You're more worried about man's punishing you or ostracizing you than God not seeing you as one of his. I don't give a fuck if somebody say, you didn't vote, you ain't help us. Listen, God help you. God help you if that's what your stance is. Because you worried about who's going to sit in a CEO position in a business called the U.S. or the U.S. Corporation. I'm more focused on what are they looking at out there that they calling an existential extraterrestrial threat. With an S. That's what I'm seeing. You looking at TV. I'm looking at reality TV. You understand? So, cut off all your plugs. You should be ready to do that. Tell them you love them. Don't send them in hate. Tell your plugs, I love you. But this is where it ends. Tell these blogs, listen, we got a message for the plugs, we got a message for the blogs, the bugs, everybody. Everybody gets a message. Tell the blogs, we don't need you. No, PR, publicity, whatever your name is, I'm not doing business with y'all. The time that I was saying that, all that's over with. Because we see the game clearer. And it's only going to get clearer. I see that anyone who will not stand on truth must be a part of the deception. That means anyone who is not a part of the solution must be a part of the problem. And all I know is solve. All I know is solution. Because I haven't lost mine. You with me? All right. Who else got to go? Let's do it. Another question. I see y'all. Y'all go ahead. Any other questions? We are not slowing down. Time ain't slowing down. This thing is expanding, accelerating. Even when it appears to slow down, it's still happening in a faster reality. What else we got? It's one of those dynamic ones. You can feel it. Yeah, be careful because the bottom of the phone is blurred. Like, I don't know why it stopped working. But yeah, it happens toward, you can move it toward the top of them comments, but if you go toward the bottom, it might. Yeah. Any questions? Anybody? Keep watch. Stay awake. You know, staying awake opens doors too now. We got somebody? Staying awake opens doors. Those of y'all who may not know, you stay awake, you start entering into theta. Like what y'all experienced last shadow. Well, that opens doors. And I'm not talking about negative doors. You start seeing and feeling different.
Okay.
It heightens your awareness. What we got?
We have. What do you think about claims 607? Unc has been claiming, about God being a female named Sophia.
Okay. You might want to scroll all the way down too, so I don't have to jump again.
Oh, wow.
607, Unc doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He know he's talking about something, but doesn't know what he's talking about. That's simple like that. The Demiurge story is accessible all over the internet. It's only new information to the internet. I'm telling y'all, all this stuff be seeming deep to the layman. When you stand up and start looking into what these people teaching, you start asking, where are you getting this from? And you realize they're getting stories from the Knights Templar, the rest of the people. You start, this ain't deep. This ain't even us. That's not even our story. Those of y'all who believe in the us science or the us theory, that ain't us, that's them. Sophia is them. The one in the Demiurge creation and Lilith and all, that's their bloodline. So, I'll tell you like this. There will be many. Can we get the book of Matthew chapter 24? Many false prophets that will go out into the world. There will be many messengers who lead people back. And the first thing he said was what? Take heed that no man deceive you. When they were asking about the signs and the end of the world, he said, don't be deceived. Y'all are being deceived. And it's let me tell you, you can't even blame 607 Unc, because you can only be an entertainer if you have entertainees. It's y'all wanting to be entertained so damn bad. You want some drama, good radical shit so bad that you'll accept anything anybody slam on your plate. And you'll think, not even realize you're making a sound as if you're consuming what somebody's saying. Or you'll sit there and nod. Don't even realize that while you're nodding, you're accepting everything they're saying into your being. And it becomes a part of you. And you start realizing maybe we are at war with the fake God. Maybe Sophia is this. And then it becomes a part of your subconscious. And because you don't study how powerful that part of you is, you don't realize that that is what leads you to be deceived. You start recreating or reprojecting whatever the fuck somebody spewed into you. And it shows up in your reality, which ain't even real at that point. 1 second. So the thing is, if you want to deal with the stories, go just read it your damn self. And when you read it, come back and tell me whether or not you should be the fuck up under Sophia. Sophia fell from grace. That's Lucifer. Sophia is Iblis. I showed y'all this. Those of y'all who walk with me. The story in Al-Quran of Iblis having to be referred to as the lowly and casted out because he refused to prostrate before Adam or Zakar or Katman, and cast into the earth plane, made a deal with Allah or a bet over the human beings that will be here, and said, I'm going to make this, listen, I'm going to make disobedience fair seeming. I'm going to make evil seem good. Since you caused me to be in error, you want to put me in history as this bad man? When I get down there, all of your people, I'm going to lead them astray. Listen. And Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala, according to the story, said what? If they follow you, them your people anyway. Because mine going to walk with me. So fine, you want to do it? Go ahead, you do your thing. And guess what? When they do that, they'll be in hell with you. Listen, listen. And then Iblis was saying, yo, man, give me some time, though. Give me some time. Before I get locked up all the way. Give me a little time to do my thing. I'm going to show you these motherfuckers ain't talking about shit. They're not ready to ascend. They want to go back into Homo erectus. They don't want to be Homo sapien beyond. They just want to be Homo erectus animals. They're going to fall into the hindquarters of the goat. They're going to be operating with the goat brain, like you see in the Baphomet or Sophia symbol. They're going to be operating with the goat brain. They're going to be under the moon. They're going to be a part of my illusion. And Allah granted him a certain amount of time. Listen to what I'm telling you. So Allah is called one and only. Wahdahu la sharika lahu. One and only, no partners. Allah is the one. Allah is the one. In the demiurge story, guess who cast Sophia into hell? The one. And Sophia comes down and says, you know what? I'm going to build, listen, go read the book of Isaiah. I'm going to build this world above God's. I'm going to make God be the enemy. I'm going to make the one be the enemy. I'm going to make everybody else join me and side with me, and we'll make evil seem good. So this man comes out and says, I sacrificed my son. I killed my son. I killed my son. So come on. Stop playing with you. I can make another son. Okay, so that's supposed to be fair seeming. That's murder. Not only is that murder, that's murder of your bloodline. You understand that? It's so many different, it's blasphemy. Because to blaspheme is to speak a hurtful thing. You with me? And people see this and say, oh, that makes sense. You can't have another son. So you start thinking we should be desensitized from man's nature to murder and accept it because we can make another one. Not paying attention to the fact that that son came through as a gift. You understand? You disrespected it. And what did you really gain? By sacrificing your son. What did you really gain? So now people have to do drugs and drink and all this other stuff to try to cover up the pain of the evils they do and say. But the rest of the world thinks this seems fair. You got niggas in the comments saying, he gotta look like he crazy. He gotta say crazy, but he making sense. He only making sense to the ones who are forgetful, the insane ones. He only makes sense to man. He doesn't make sense to us. We see that and say, what part of that is vibrating or resonating with you? The black fingernails? When is he going to wash his hands? Is his fingernails going to remain dirty? What does that mean? You understand that? The cauldron and the cup and the gabba, what's all that mean? When you're looking at this skull of death, what does it mean? And why do they always talk about death? I'm telling you to pay attention to certain things. So they're telling y'all to follow the devil. Whatever you want to call the devil is rooted in confusion. Is rooted in isolation from the Most High. You're no longer a part of the center. You understand what I'm explaining to you? So if you want to follow whoever it is, Bobby Emmett, Brother Panic, whoever pushes Sophia and Baphomet, you can do whatever you want to do. You need to look beyond the information and you need to pay attention to the beings that are bringing it. One more time. You need to pay attention to the beings who are bringing it. They say, watch the dog that brings the bone. You need to be watching that. Certain things they say they wouldn't be able to say if they were of us. Test every spirit with the spirit. These are deceivers. So then you have to deal with this. He's speaking the English language, dealing with these stories, talking about what the fake God is, asking what's the etymology of God. Ask the right questions to these people. You'll see they don't know what they're speaking on. Because what is a God? What is that? And what do you mean a fake God? Do you mean fake as in they don't exist? Because according to the story, the exact name you're using created a world that was an illusion. So then you worship the fake God. Because they're not the true creator. They don't operate in the true light. And then if you are truly walking in alignment with divinity, why are you pushing a message that will make others followers of somebody else's philosophy. Do y'all understand what I'm explaining to you? They become followers of the philosophy. I come in the name of Sophia. Why? Who sent you? Saying you come in the name of Sophia is saying you come in the name of Iblis. So you ask me what I think about it. I'm asking you, why do you think about it? You ask me, what about him? What about him? Only reason why we have to deal with these names is because y'all make them stars. Y'all make them stars. Y'all have to stop doing that. Stop being so quick to try to be entertained and it will change. Start looking for the real information. Let me tell you how to do that. Sometimes y'all want just the quick stuff to be rolled out in front of you. You don't need that sometimes. A lot of times you need to know that understanding about carbon, you don't just do that in a TikTok video. You got to go study it. And study all the terminologies associated with it. Next time I ask you the atomic number, you ain't going to sit there and ask me, why do we need to know this? Because you're talking about carbon. Why don't you know it? Stop letting these people use these people's words and terms of these old stories and not asking them to explain what they're saying. But again, don't just look at 607 Unc. Look at the blogs. The blogs are in on it. Or you don't have to believe me. I don't want you to believe me. The blogs are in on it. The blogs are the new radio stations. And at one point in time, the radio stations were not allowed to stream certain people's music. They were encouraged to put these people on here, put these people on here. It's a network. All of them work together. And if they seeing one person sit with this person, they come and grab them. They say, I want you on here, I want you on here, I want you on here, I want you on here. So you need to be asking why are they being pushed at this time. If you got my book, Out of the Darkness, you know why. Don't I be calling it like a motherfucker? And you'll have messengers of Sophia coming too now. Motherfucker showed up like a bitch, didn't they? I told you how to identify them. I showed you how Sophia and Baphomet is the same word when you're using the Atbash cipher, which is the first shall be last, last shall be first meaning. I explained all of that, didn't I? Alright, so simplest answer. What do I think about him? Take heed, be on your guard, that no man deceive you. Let's read Matthew 24.
And I, Jesus, went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him to shew him the buildings of the temple.
Right.
And Jesus said unto them, See ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down.
Right.
And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of end of the world?
Watch what he says.
And Jesus answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name.
Whoa. Read that part again. Many what?
For many shall come in my name.
Okay.
Saying, I am Christ.
Come on.
And shall deceive many.
All right. Okay, we're going to stop there. The biggest thing to pay attention to is nobody is to deceive you. And they told you, they gave you formulas to make sure that that doesn't happen. But you have to use it. Not every spirit that says unto me, Lord, Lord, or not every spirit that says, I come in the name of God, the real God, as they say, Sophia. Not all of them are actually of the Most High. Now, if Sophia is of the lowly, as in she was cast out of the higher planes into the lower one, is Sophia the Most High? When it comes to frequency, is the moon the Most High or the sun the Most High in frequency? It's that easy. You don't even got to go all over the world to figure this out. It's just right there in the center. That these people are willingly handing themselves and you over into deception. And you walking blindly. Because y'all are so upset with the fact that somebody put a Caucasoid image in your home when you were younger, and you saw them, you say, this is Jesus, and you thought it was Jesus, and you grew up on Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny, and you got mad because somebody came around and told you that's fake. So you don't understand that when they told you it was fake, and they said stop believing in God, they didn't have nothing to give you. They had absolutely nothing to give you that would be different. Listen, this is what it looks like to me. They say, stop believing in this God, believe in that one. What did I point to? What was different? I say, instead of believing in this God, believe in this God. What the fuck changed? So because you were so charged with anger and resentment because of the fallacies they were showing you that didn't even have nothing to do with the books, these motherfuckers was able to get in where they fit in and grab you from your religions and drop you in void oblivion. They dropped you on your head in oblivion. Got the spiritual community out here lost. More lost than they would have been by just being blind believers in religion. Ain't that crazy? They're worse off than when they got up, disciplined, went to church. You want to know how you understand about it? A lot of the spiritual people are doing what? They going back to their religion. It ain't going, especially the women. The women are doing it quicker. A lot of the spiritual people say, fuck it. They do a whole 360. I'm seeing it all over. Now you see they only story tomorrow Jesus. And the commandments and everything. It's happening all over. Why? Because ain't nothing over there. They miss Nuwapu because y'all didn't want to give them Nuwapu. Because y'all wanted to be the star. Y'all want to be the master teacher. So you're going to come out here and just make up shit. And just throw shit out here. Or say anything that I have anything to do with right knowledge. Because people can't believe you. Because you told them they were lied to. You see that? So don't be deceived. Test all of these spirits. They're not doing anything but grabbing you from one belief and putting you in another. And then the one they give you, they're not giving you anything. It's void. So you drop. And then you have to climb back up to this degree that you never achieved or attained. And then you have to really obtain it and achieve it to even go higher. So I'm saying you can save a lot of time by just not believing what the fuck anybody say. Somehow, I've been saying, don't believe what I say. And y'all still been able to better oneself truthfully. Y'all still been able to, certain things happening to y'all that you can't explain, and y'all be asking and say, I don't have that answer. Because I'll tell you one thing, you ask it out loud, maybe they'll show you, I don't got it. Instead of just making shit up. You see what I'm saying? Some of these people rather make up stuff than to tell you they don't know. And that's dangerous. That's dangerous. The moment they get to saying stuff like, yeah, all of us is, we came from this, we this, that, and they in a room full of people that didn't check nobody's genealogy, you know that they built off a fallacy. But you're going to sit there and listen and say, we did come from that. The nigga you sitting next to, his ancestors were conquistadors. His ancestors would help these people put our ancestors, those who had that Native American ancestry, in the cages. They were a part of the ones who came and raided the lands. And you think that because he got a dark skin complexion that means that he don't have dark ancestry or evil ancestry or people who help do all of this that people complaining about? They built on fallacy. It's so easy to peep it now. It should be, especially if you've been walking with me. I promise you things don't even look the same now. Things, you hear people talk, you're like, man, they don't know what the fuck you talking about. Yeah, we had one with a fake God. Sophia, I come in the name of Sophia. Da, da, da. What's your name? No, what's your actual name? Meaning, what are you here to do? What's your tone? Sophia is them Greek people shit. What they got to do with us? You see what I'm explaining to you? Everybody's trying to lean on shit that was either established already. Nobody has anything new. And even the ones who try to make things up so that they seem new, all they do is take pieces of shit that's already there and just throw it together. And there's no new beginnings or new beings being spawned from that. So if you want to choose deception, you have the right to. And I'll be out of order to attempt to even usurp that right. I'll be no different than the ones who doing wickedness. So I grant you, not even I grant you, I respect your right to follow these people, be up under these people. You need to pay more attention. They're put there for a reason. You say, are you saying a plant phase? I say, I ain't said, you have said so. These people are put there. You have to watch. These people are wise that you don't know about. They'll see something coming and they'll try to replace it with something before it get there. So people will think this thing is the real thing, and then they meet the real thing and think we're the copy. Did I land there for you? They'll put D1 right here. So they already got a light-skinned person, locks on top of their head, crown, everything. People don't even realize they're looking at the image of phase 1 in 2019. He's supposed to be going up against David and Goliath, and he didn't throw one stone. Didn't trample one giant. No giants were harmed in the making of D1. Then they'll put Kendrick Lamar and say, hey, shout him out. They go to war that way. So the rest of the world like, why don't y'all work together? Great question. Why hasn't D1 commented or acknowledged any of y'all comments where y'all tagged him? Before I make the letter, before I ever mention his name. Why they act like Omari doesn't exist? Same reason why Bizzle, one of the Christian rappers, out to my doing a feature with him, he like, I would do a feature with you, but I don't want to confuse my followers because you're not a Christian. What the fuck does that happen? I have a song called Dungeon Cry where I'm talking about Jesus. What do you mean confuse your followers? Jesus was able to move around and talk to all these people. People had the ability to speak in tongues to multitudes. He went to the Gentile, lost tribe, everybody. What do you mean? No, it's not you don't want to confuse your followers. Let's keep it real. You don't want them to see the true light and leave you. And everybody does it to me. Y'all know everybody do it to me. That's why I be having to just feature my damn self. Everybody does it. You don't want them to see the true light because they'll be like, huh. I could be on your record talking about Jesus. They still going to be like, huh. Who is this one? And they're going to come. And you're afraid of that. But you went on to make R&B music. Next thing you was dropping was like some R&B shit. I'm like, I don't fucking get it. They're not confused. What the rhythm and blues got to do with the nigga who came and died for y'all? I don't understand that. Well, we just switching it up. That's not confusing? The way you dress, you're not dressed like Jesus. You dress like a fucking European hood. So many, ain't none of that like how Jesus dressed. Where's your garb? You should be garbed a certain way. Why are you not speaking the language Jesus spoke? Let's deal with it truthfully. That ain't confusing? Then you calling him Jesus, that wasn't even a name. That ain't confusing? That would confuse him if he can't. Your name Tina and somebody trying to call you Tatiana. That'd be a little confusing. Say, who the fuck is that? My point is, they all do it. They all do it. Because they, again, having that war with self. They're warring with themselves. Sorry. They're warring with themselves, trying to figure out whether or not they want to stay a part of the illusion or move into the truth. I don't got time to be waiting on these niggas to figure that shit out. We don't got time for that. All right, can we read one more question before the water? What else you got? Can we read one more question before the water? That's all right. I thought you had to go in the kitchen. I'm sure.
Somebody asked, what is dream walking?
What is dream walking? Okay, so that answers your question, right? The 607. That's just somebody that has to be spoken about because they made it big. but they did it on purpose. You got to watch the ones who got the ability to put people and move them and they all over everywhere all of a sudden. You got to watch that. You see what I'm saying? Or don't. You know, I'm not trying to make you paranoid. I'm just saying do better. What is dream walking? Okay. I spoke about dream walking before they made it a thing in Hollywood. I spoke about dream walking before, what do you call it? Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. I spoke about it because I had an experience where I astral projected out of my being, and then during my astral projection, I was able to project again. Okay? And then I projected again. And the last projection was a download. I literally went into another body that felt similar to how this realm is. And I was a trillionaire. Some of y'all remember this. I told y'all this on Clubhouse, okay? This was before they released that last John Wick movie too, so you should be paying attention to what I'm saying. A few things showed up in the reality after I talked about it. So I was a trillionaire where I was at. Wherever this life is, not a dream, I went there. You don't got to believe me, I'm just telling you what happened. I'm a trillionaire there. And I had a huge palace, and I could see it was like black gates around it. And there was this huge forest, thickety type jungle surrounding it also. And my mother, my Omi, was calling to me. We had a long hallway. Everything was white looking marble. We had a long hallway, and I had to come to her. She was showing me this phone. We had phones there too, like FaceTime. And she said somebody wanted to speak to me. Now, the guy, I never got his name, but I knew what he was. He was what was referred to as a marquee. Remember I told y'all this on Clubhouse before the John Wick thing came out and said what a marquee is. I didn't even know what it was. I said, I don't know what marquee means. I said, I know what a mogul is, but I guess that would be what a mogul is in that time. I said, so the person name, I didn't get the name, but he was a marquee, and he wanted to speak to me, and I told my Omi I didn't want to talk to him because I thought he was going to tell me that his daughter was pregnant. Everything was happening there. I thought he was going to tell me his daughter was pregnant because in that reality, I was dealing with his daughter. So I said, I don't want to talk to him. And my Omi was saying, no, it's urgent, right? Like he's saying he really want to talk to you, right? So I get him and I'm looking at him on the phone and he's talking about how he's upset about the billions that he was losing because I had created something called a dollar for dollar market. Remember that? I told you all of this. I created something called a dollar for dollar market, and it was causing them to lose billions. The dollar for dollar market was, I think it was every family, okay, or everybody was putting in $1 a day. Okay, so it was like $7 a week. So either it was every family or everybody was putting in $1 today that was a part of this system. And that every dollar went toward the mainframe, which was a trust, right? So I know how it was working. It was set up. I think what I call it, it wasn't just a trust. It was something else that it was being called there. But I know that it was something that I had access to, and the community leaders. There were community leaders that we were giving it to. It was something, another word I can't think of it right now. But I know for sure that there was something active as a trust. Right? So we were using a trust, but it was only functioning because the people had put in their dollars, and they kept doing it because they were seeing that it was working. And then it built up to the point where we were able to do so much, people weren't even having to put in their dollars. All right? They were leaving their jobs. Okay? So this was the thing. The dollar for dollar showed up when, what's the nigga? Yo Gotti. Yo Gotti came out and did a challenge. And it was called the dollar for dollar challenge. And I actually did that challenge too. So all of this is documented. But I had spoken about it before then. And the marquee showed up with a John Wick. But the point is, I didn't want to speak to the guy. I said, I don't need to speak to this being. I'm already, you know what I'm saying, doing this, that, and the third. I don't got no problem. And my Omi was like, well, you know, they're kind of dangerous. And I looked at her and said, we're dangerous. I said, what are they going to be? I said, I'm a trillionaire. I said, what are they going to be able to do with anything that they think they can do? We can do 1,000,000 times over. So I'm not worried about, I was walking off. I'm not worried about that. You see what I'm saying? So my point is, when I went there, when I got back to my body, because I had a certain amount of time, one of the transitions, I was in this smaller hallway in what like a smaller bando type house. And there was a bathroom that I went to. I was about to wash my hands. And my heart started to do that squeezing motion that let me know I was going to have to return to my actual planted body. So I tried to stay longer and observe everything. I still had a similar shade and everything. And then I ended back up in my body. Right? And I do that often. Okay? So that was dream walking. And I told people about that. And then they put it in a movie. A lot of the things I was teaching, they put in a movie. I didn't even know that Dr. Malachi York had wrote somebody a letter. I found this out last year. He wrote somebody a letter and said, yes, I am a dream walker. I promise you, so many things I thought I figured out by myself and then nobody figured out. He already figured it out or done talked about it, but it was privately or in the books that I hadn't read. So I experienced that. They put it in the books. He put it in the books and then they put it in the movie. But basically it is, if this is something that truly occurs for others, because it occurred for me. All right. I can only say that because I can tell you what it is, but then if it ain't happening for you, you'll run a risk of just believing me. All right. So at certain degrees, you got to be able to access first. Lucid dreaming, astral projection, you got to understand the different states of the brain, how to move through them, how to go into the transition state, how to project myself. I think I got a class out, Astral Projection 101. You'll find it on YouTube on Phase 1 Live Archive. Astral Projection 101. You got to understand the science of astral projection before you can get into that. And it will also help you to understand lucid dreaming, because lucid dreaming helps you maintain your state of position. Does it make sense? When you go into some of these realms, if you can't maintain your state, all right, or your position or your state of position, it'll pull, like you'll be pulled into other realms, okay? Or you'll be pulled back to your body. You have to be able to, some of y'all do it already. And for those of y'all who might think this is outlandish, haven't you awakened and you thought you were really awake, but you were still dreaming? Some of y'all have experienced it about 4 or 5 times, haven't you? Meaning like you're in one sleep, in one rest. You wake up, you're like, oh, I'm awake. And then you're moving around doing shit, and then you realize you still asleep. And then you wake up again. And then you move out there, and then you realize, I'm still asleep. And you wake up again. So I'm telling you, there are levels to this reality and realities. Okay? And then when you go into these realities, you'll realize if you do what I tell people to do, you don't have to. Next time you're experiencing a dream, if you're able to tap in lucidly, be paying attention actively, okay, in that dream. I've done this before. There was a painting on the wall. It was a painting of like a ship that was on fire in the water. I walked up to the painting and I touched it. And I'm telling y'all, the same fabric that these paintings are made of, I observed the threading of it. I said, this is real. I walked over to a table that had papers and envelopes on it, the little orange folder papers, and remember the things you pack up and you put in the post office, little twinkly things you turn and make sure it closed. I saw one of them. I said, I said, this is real. I do it all the time. I walk around, I knock on shit. I said, this shit is making sound. It's the same reality. But they want people to think it's just your brain. Okay? So again, you can do what you want to do, but test it out and you'll realize my subconscious ain't recreate this. I am somewhere. I'm walking around, I'm looking at I can see what I'm wearing, I can touch my hands, everything, I can see, you know what I'm saying? So when you experience these different realities already, there are different levels to them. So sometimes there are slips where, like I just told you, I was in astral projection already. I had already projected outward and started traveling the planes. But then I projected again. You with me? And don't be worried all that, oh, you get caught out there. It's possible. So I would tell you to be as much worried about you getting caught out in the astral plane as you worried about being caught in the hood at 3 a.m. Because someplace you'll go and you ain't supposed to be there. You know what I mean? But there's a built-in alarm system. Your hair gonna stand up. So we got hairs on our astral. Yes, you have cells in your astral body. Yes. Anybody telling you the astral body is a spirit don't know what they're talking about. The astral body is physical. Tell them that, okay, when they say they have their astral projection experiences, tell them to describe it and watch they describe physical things. I left my body and I was under this magnificent glowing tree. Adding glowing doesn't make it spiritual. I don't know why people think secondary colors means that it's out of this world. We got them here. You see what I'm saying? You watch the Black Panther movie. He went into the astral plane. Was it really astral? You see what I'm explaining to you? It was still the same shit. So your state of observation right now is the only thing separating you from observing the astral plane. It's just your central state of observation or your state of position right now. You will change this shadow when you go to rest. Your state of position will change and you're going to dream, as you call it. So dream walking is like dream weaving for one, and then there are levels to dream weaving. So it's like lucid dreaming, yet you're able to slip into different versions of what this central existence is, which is life, as you call it, the wakened state. So you'll go from one state of consciousness into another, and then you're given an opportunity through certain slips to go into another planted state of observation. You with me? So look at it like this. Where I am right here is my house. Okay? This is my state of being. Everywhere, everybody that's here, y'all are at y'all house. When you go to rest, you're going to get on the highway. Okay? The highway has different exits. Okay? And then you're on your way to your mother's house. Okay? When you get to your mother's house, let's say you get to your mother's house and you're there now. Now you're at another home. You understand? So a lot of people don't make it to another home in their travels. They get pulled back. They forgot something. They come back here. You see what I'm saying? To their house. They never get to another place. Others may take exits. There are some of y'all family and friends who went to rest. They got on the highway. They never came back. Am I telling the truth? Some of your people went and they traveled. They got on the highway and they might have got lost. Or they could have been robbed. Because sometimes you can be robbed. Highway robbery is real out there. And they telling y'all to be worried about astral projection. The shit happens when people just dream. You understand? Again, I ain't here to push. I'm not no fear mongerer. Don't ever let nobody tell you that. Ain't no fear among us. All right? I'm not a fear monger. I'm just telling you like it is. It's the truth. So you don't got to be worried about it. Just be wise about it. You hear me? People get on the highway. They take an exit. They get lost. Right? Or they get captured out there. Or killed out there. And then you thinking they died in their sleep. But really they were disconnected. And that version of them can't be here. So then they reassemble elsewhere from another base. You with me? So then it's cut. That pathway is cut. The bridge to get back is cut. As referred to as your silver cord in the biblical scripture. Or is referred to as your etheric cord. All right? Whatever you want to call it, something is able to connect you back here. No matter how far you travel. And some of us have a switch. And no matter how far we switch back. So the dream walking ability is to go from one life to the next while still maintaining the center here. Right? Is it dangerous? You could say that. Is it doable? I've done it multiple times and oftentimes not on purpose. It's just that I identify that there's a slip that open, a door open, I walk through it. You see? But I always know how to get back. Even when I went out there to Area 51, I almost got trapped out there because I tested that people said you can't go to Area 51. So I said, I don't believe that shit. I really test stuff. So I went out there. It didn't take nothing but what I did. I'll tell you how I did it. No, I'm not going to tell you how I did it. Because that's not responsible. I'll tell you what, I can't even tell you around it. Okay, so then I'll just talk the only way that I think will be responsible on that. Because again, people were saying you can't go out there and see what's going on. That they said they had a force field around it. So I ain't accept that. So what I did, long story short, I went and I attempted to go into the facility. Now, listen and pay attention. You'll understand I'm telling you the truth. You don't got to believe me. When I got out there, I didn't see no building. I was over barren land. Like desert. But it wasn't necessarily desert. It was like dirt. I was over barren land. Looked like skin. Right? I look and I see a little plateau looking shit off in the distance. And I knew I was in Area 51. I'm not going to tell you how I got there. But I knew I was not in Area 51. I was over it. Area 51 ain't on top of the surface. Whatever these people were doing on September 20th, whatever that year was, tomorrow we going to go there. Wherever they went, that ain't it. because that ain't where I went. Area 51 is underground. It ain't no building sitting on top. So I could feel the depth of what was beneath me. I could feel the depth. I'm like, okay, I'm over it. I said, I'm about to go in it. So if you ever seen the movie Jumper, you can do that in the astral plane. You can go from one, you can do it quick. So I said, all right. And I jumped into the facility. Some of y'all gonna ask me, what did you see? Did you see the aliens? Did you see the technology? Did you see the meetings they were having? My vision went blurry. And I was being, all I remember, okay, this is perfect. Y'all see that up there? All I remember, I'm talking about this line. You see the line, that crease that look kind of shiny up there? I don't know if I'm pointing high enough. Right? All I remember is I was being pulled along some shit that looked like that. And it was white and blue. And my vision was blurry. And I felt like I was in a net. And not no net that's like made out of silk or cloth. Some net made out of like itty bitty pins or needles that are the lines. It didn't hurt. It just had a pressure point to it. You understand it, I'm telling you the truth because I don't even know how to explain this shit really. But whatever happened when I jumped my ass in there, I don't remember. And when I was being dragged along that line, they said, get back to your body. So I activated the switch and I got back to my body. And I immediately went on Clubhouse and said, them motherfuckers was telling the truth. Whoever said you can't go to Area 51 or you can't go in there, I did it. They telling the truth. Because, listen, I would love to sit here and tell you how you know I ain't going to make no bullshit up. Because wouldn't it make me seem more greater or greater to be able to say, yeah, I went in there, I saw the graves. They were standing there waving at me. We had a whole conversation. We were talking eggnog. No, I couldn't get in. You see what I'm saying? So I can't hate on Area 51. I can't even get in. Tell you something. Then they said, right? Then they said, and you can't go to the moon. Because it's always, like they say, you run into graves, they send you back. I said, that's bullshit. All that believe shit. I'm not going to tell you how I did it. But I went and projected and went toward the moon. I saw the moon, got it by my body, and went toward the moon. And all I can say is, I know that here we have lasers. We know what lasers are. Y'all seen the movie where they'll point and you be talking to somebody, or they be talking, the character be talking to somebody, and another character be talking, there's two people talking, and then you see a red dot appear on them? And that's a sniper, right? Okay, see that red dot. Here's what you need to envision to understand what I'm about to explain. If not, you'll miss it because I'm only telling you from my POV. I'm going toward the moon. The moon is growing larger because I'm going at increased speeds. So it's growing larger. And I'm about to enter into the moon's atmosphere, and then I got shot. And the only way I can explain to you that I got shot is if you see that red dot, see it in the middle of the moon. Not coming from the moon as in the moon did it. Something shot me, and the only thing I remember about it was straight line. Do you get that? Does that make sense to you? That's how I made the dot. It was a line, but from my point of view, it shot me. And I ended up back in my body, violently. And I went straight on Clubhouse. And I made the Instagram live, everything. And I made an Instagram post and said, yeah, you can't go to Area 51. You can't go to the moon. I was disappointed. I was ready to tell people, man, they lying. I ain't never even thought about that. I'm about to show y'all how to. Nope. I got to tell you the truth. They got their shit set up. Listen, their technology is astral. They got technology over here, and they got technology that operate over there. You got to explain to me how. You got to explain to me how. They got people who, if you doing certain shit in the astrals or in the dream world that could possibly bridge these two worlds, they have police, y'all. They got, you laughing, didn't it happen?
Mm-hmm.
They got police. What happened?
It was like I was in a council. They pulled me in.
Mm-hmm.
And they chewed me out, saying I couldn't do that. And
They got police. See? Oh, they been fucking with me since I was younger. Some of y'all know this. Let me tell you how you know you're being policed. All right? They hate me sometimes because I keep going. I know the laws. I know how far they can be bent. Let me tell you how you'll know. I'll give you an example. You were just in your dream, right? And you figured some shit out, and you start doing it, and then somebody walked up to you and shot you. And your mind, you like, what the fuck? You come back like, what the fuck? That was the police. And the police over there ain't like the police over here. Their thing is terminate that version of you so that you have to return back to base. You got multiple astral bodies if you haven't picked up on what I'm saying by now. But they terminated that one. And they sent you back to base. I'll tell you an example. I went to this event, this building in one of these worlds. And I'll give you two examples real quick. This is a good question, by the way, the dream walking. I went to one of these events. It looked like the inside of the mirror when I was younger. You like the beige walls or the brown golden looking walls and the table set up with the incense. It looked like a Nubian event. And I saw people dressed in the what looked like Indian attire, the Indian princes and princesses. So it must have been one of our events, had to be. But while I was there, I remember talking to someone. They were sitting next to a table, or standing next to a table that had the incense and everything. I remember talking to them, but I can't remember the whole conversation, so I ain't gonna make it up. But I know it had something to do with the fact that I wasn't actually there. It had something to do with the fact that I was dreaming, right? And that's how I got there. And that I'm not actually rooted in that reality. So I'm trying to explain it to them. And the moment it seemed like it's making sense to them, when they kind of like turn it to me a little bit and they trying to like figure out what I'm saying, it was three people. One was a light-skinned lady. She had real slick hair that pulled back in a ponytail, and she was wearing this blue, tight, Fantastic Four looking ass outfit. And the other ones that was with her was wearing Fantastic Four looking ass outfits. The other ones stayed in the doorway. It was weird how the doorway don't even seem like it was a part of that realm. Now that I think about it, that doorway wasn't even like how we got doors. It was just white behind them. You see what I'm saying? The lady that was the light-skinned one walked straight up to me. I seen her walking through the crowd. Everything my being said, she gonna try to kill you. I don't know why I did this, so I don't want nobody to try to join. The table, I ran and like slid up under the table, thinking that maybe she wouldn't find me in the crowd. My whole right hand to the most, I promise you this. I put this on my whole soul. Slid up under the table, I'm good. I felt someone grip my ankle, snatched me out, and in a swift motion, put this shit in my head and pop, and I was back home. You get what I'm saying? They have guns, and they have soldiers, and they will come, grab, it wasn't no talking, say, hey, what are you doing? One, I said, oh yeah, she one of the ones. She real as hell. I don't know who she was, but that's the motherfuckers, they send them in just to get you gone. That was one situation. Again, grabbed my ankle, dragged me out, swift as fuck. I ain't never been dragged like that. That's embarrassing. Dragged me the fuck out and put it straight to my temple. I didn't see shit but darkness. Pow, it's over, I'm back. You see what I'm saying? That's one. Another situation, there was a celebration. There were 3 levels in one of these events. It was a building. I went all the way up to the 3rd level where they had white balloons like a wedding reception. Okay? The way I went up to the 3rd level is I floated up and I went through the walls. Through the ceilings. And the way I came up was like I was in front of the doorway to that 3rd floor. And I walked in, and I think in the building, you weren't supposed to be using your powers. Right? Everybody that was there was gifted. But it was forbidden to use your powers there. So even the way I went up there, it was forbidden. So I think that's when they might have got tipped off. But I started. Y'all let me know if y'all can still hear me. Can y'all still hear me? I knew that would happen. Someone told me they were going to do that. Can y'all hear me? Y'all let me know.
Mm-hmm. I literally said, text me, don't call me, I'll be on live.
All right, cool. It's cool, though. So, whenever I start fucking with people, right? They had the white balloons, all kind of stuff set up, everybody ready to get their food and everything. So here's what I did. I started turning my body away from like everybody so it looked like I'm not a part of it. And I started to reach in my mind and I was popping balloons, not with my hand, but I was making certain balloons pop. Right? So I'm using my telekinesis or whatever you want to call it. I'm making balloons pop, pop, pop. Everybody like, what the fuck? Ooh, what happened? Right? So nobody knows me. I'm having a good time with this shit. I'm like, yeah, I'm looking at it. I turn around, it's two officers standing there. Listen, I promise you, these motherfuckers look like they work for APD. They weren't even wearing the Fantastic Four shit. They look like they just came, and then what's so interesting, the way they came in the frame was that one of them came from here and another came from there. They weren't a part of that. You get what I'm explaining to you? They were not a part of that. They just came into frame. And they were like, yo, you can't be doing that. Like how they said to you? They said, yo, you can't be doing that. What are you talking about? It's like, don't play with us. My bad, y'all. I might be finna have to block one of my family members. God, I literally said, don't do that. You can talk to me. If I can't show up at that moment, I'll be there. We're not going to make this a thing. This is the second time it happened. Can y'all still hear me? Y'all let me know if y'all can hear me. I apologize for that. It'll be the last day it happens. My bad, y'all. Oh, man, I don't like that type of stuff, bro. I know you come to my Instagram, you see I'm live. I don't like that because I don't like merging that physical shit over here. So here it go. Alright. I like when we tune it, we better get where we going. But I understand what I gotta do. Alright, so here's what it is. They said, they said, don't play with us. You already know what you're doing. So I said, I'm getting bold now, right? Because what I've been able to do in different realities is I've been able to fuck with the police. They can't touch me. The police try to approach me and I'm powerful. I'll do shit like touch the ground and it'll start an earthquake. Or I'll above them and lift their car. So the person like, put your phone on, do that. got my shit on Do Not Disturb. It's on Do Not Disturb. I was just saying that earlier. I don't like how the iPhones make it be your shit. Like, it'll be on Do Not Disturb, and people can still get through. I don't like that. But I know why this happened. Everything is for a reason. I know it'll show you certain things before you walk down certain roads. Like, nah, go ahead and handle this. But that's inconsiderate to what's moving. And I'm always showing up for people, making stuff happen. But people only caring about themselves. So here's how we go. What we just saying? So the main point is, before we get, if it happens again, right? The main thing is, I get big with the police where I go because I'm powerful in all those realms. They can't shoot me because I stop their bullets, so I'll slow down time. They can't arrest me because their prisons can't hold me. It'll be destroyed. Right? So it's fun for me. I mean, they won't try to chase me. I ran up a building. And they were stopping like how the damn Matrix was. They don't know what to do. So I'm about to handle these niggas how I handle the police. I'm getting big with them. I'm cocky. I'm like, what's going to happen if I keep doing it? They looked at each other. They drew their tasers. I said, all these little bitty tasers? Y'all ain't finna tase me. I started getting big. I'm ready to slam their heads into each other, drop the floor beneath them so they fall. I'm finna have fun with these niggas. And the moment I'm finna activate my power, what they do? They draw their shit and they shoot me. But the one that's on my left shoot me in my left arm. The one that's on my right shoot me in my right arm. And they shoot. It's like tranquilizers. That's the way I can explain it. And I already know this ain't gonna have no effect on me. No. Whatever they shot, when it went into my bloodstream, my whole body locked up. It wasn't a taser. It wasn't no electricity. It was draining. My whole shit locked up. And I'm fighting with my will. I'm like, nah, I can't go like this. I don't do this. Like, I'm big. No, that shit was taking me down. Right? So what I had to do was literally use my switch and snap back to this plane. But what ended up happening when I snapped back to this plane is sometimes some of y'all observed this or heard me talk about it. When I was on tour with my 300, the brothers who were there allowed me doing it. Right? So sometimes when I come back from the dream realm or the astral projection realm, what happens is I'm able to see with my eyes closed. Meaning I'll literally be able to see the realm around me. It look a little different. It look like kind of like a pale purple. It don't look exactly like this. But you can see contrasts. You can see the difference between white and black. And if you look at some lines, you'll see white and black lines. Look at the doorway. My Umi observed it. Because she didn't know whether or not I was saying it out. And she saw me doing it. I was able to tell her, like, go ahead and walk. Or I see you right here. My brother see me do it. The people that was out there. So sometimes it's not for long, though. It's only like for 45 seconds tops that I've experienced. Right? The 45-second one was when I went outside and I saw the sun, and it looked like a whole bunch of lattice multiplication that formed a ball. It wasn't just a ball, there was a lot of stuff. It was like a portal. Right? Okay. So when I set up out of that experience, came back, I had my eyes closed, and I'm looking around the room. Something say, look at your wrist. So I look at my wrists. There were chain-like links around my wrist. Whatever they shot turned into like wrists. Like, okay, the best way I could tell you, I remember them friendship bracelets we used to have with the little squares or the cubes. It turned into them. When I opened my eyes, I didn't see them. When I closed my eyes, they were there. I knew immediately what to do. I started beating my wrists together, right? And it broke off and it fell through my floor. If I were not able to see that, ain't no telling what that would have been. And I literally talked about it on Clubhouse, all kinds of stuff. Back in this time, 2021, 2022. I said, this is how, I said, they have to develop new technologies for all of us. Because we're that advanced over there. The same way they're doing out here. They have to form new realities to try to combat us. They need all the people y'all looking at, like I said, don't compare me to these beings. They need to, though, because they need to, it's got to be an illusion that somebody stands with us. It's got to be an illusion that somebody is able to, we need illusions to say that somebody can fight him or war with him or stand there with him. They need an illusion for that. Same way they need an illusion somebody to play like they Dr. Malachi York. You see what I'm explaining to you? They need a Rashad Jamal illusion for Dr. Malachi York. They need a D1 illusion for phase 1. They need a 607 Charlie. They need all of that, because then you start looking at them and say, maybe they are one and the same. Okay, is that what you're taking from this life? That we're all one and the same? Do you feel the same thing when we're speaking? That we're all one and the same? Do you walk away with the same uplifting? That we all one and the same? Are we able to literally put the same tones and frequencies? Are we all one and the same? No, but it's the illusion. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes they have to create new technologies. I know all this is answering the question. And I've experienced that in real time. There was another time, I know I said 2, but I'll keep this one brief, where I was traveling and I was brought to a reality. All one and the same? Do you feel the same thing when we're speaking? That we're all one and the same? Do you walk away with the same uplifting? That we all one and the same? Are we able to literally put out the same tones and frequencies? Are we all one and the same? No, but it's the illusion. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes they have to create new technologies. I know all this is answering the question. And I've experienced that in real time. There was another time, I know I said 2, but I'll keep this one brief, where I was traveling and I was brought to a reality. Like they literally pulled me, I felt a vortex into a reality where I was in a cube. If you can imagine a cube having like dark metal lines that formed it, and then you're in darkness. But you can still see the slim, like slight reflection off the metal lines. I was trapped in a cube and it became a house, right? It looked like a home, a box square home. And they started to shoot these red lasers into the box, right? So I'm literally being tortured in this box. And my thing is, when I go into, I try to fight and figure it out. It was nothing to figure out. I couldn't go nowhere. I couldn't jump out of it. The only thing I could do was what? Hit that switch and return my body. They got rid of that one. I done lost a lot of bodies. I ain't gonna hold you. I don't know how much I got left. But I done lost a lot of bodies fucking with these people. So I don't know how many of y'all come here with. That's why I tell you, be cautious. I must have come with a lot. They must have known I was gonna be on some shit. But they done took some of mine. I was in one of these experiences. I ran into Pops, and I was talking to him, and he started to, Pops always running somewhere or taking off. So he started taking off, and I started running with him. We would do like Hancock through the city when he was that Hancock? Yeah, we run through it like the cars were shaking shit or fly through. We were running like that. And we got to this hood-looking, project-looking location where there was if you can imagine, like how they have the races, when they do them little track meets or whatever. You remember the checkerboard little races that people, the little line that say you cross the finish line. I don't know why I said it. It was like that, but it was black and orange, like the ground was burnt up. So it wasn't the whole street, but it was just this one little place in the street that stretched across. So I watched Pops run straight through that shit, right? So I get there, I'm keeping up with Pops now. We quit. I'm keeping up with him. And when I get to that line, I was stuck. And I stepped back and said, what the fuck? I did it again. And I'm looking at all the other people. These people were crying. There's people crying around. There's people looking at the ground. Nobody was even really paying attention to me. I'm touching. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It felt like plastic with magnets pushing it. It was weird. So I'm determined. I'm like, I'm finna find a way to get through this motherfucker. So what I did was I got down on the ground and I started crawling. And when I crawled, I observed that I was able to push up under it and it went over me. So I'm crawling, but the more I crawl into it, the more intense it got. Keep in mind, this is invisible. Everything you still look how shit look. You still see more buildings and shit. But the more I crawled into it, it got more intense. My right hand to the Most High. I promise you, wouldn't tell you no lie. I put my head toward the end of the band that's across the street, that's stretched across the street. I get toward the end of it to push through, and I'm like, okay, I'm about to get up and run and catch up with him. Y'all, when I pushed my head through, I could see down the street. It was these big ass bone body looking, and I don't know how to even explain that because they were big bone body, but bones ain't even big. But okay, people be like, I ain't fat, I'm big boned. Them niggas big boned. I don't know what they be talking about. We love you. But nah, them motherfuckers was actually big boned it because they didn't have skin and their bones were black. And it's weird. How can I explain this? And then they arm, I saw one of them, their arm was big as hell. One arm was big as fuck. And they didn't have like barely no arm. And I'm telling you, right hand to the Most High, I can't tell you no lie. I saw this shit, I'm like, what the fuck? Because I ain't see this before I poked my head through this invisible shit. There was a line of people walking down somewhere. And these motherfuckers, whoever these black big bone body ass bitches was beating the shit out of these people. And it was like these people had a contract with destiny that no matter how bad they got their ass whooped, they had to get up, get back in line and walk. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Keep in mind, this is astral projection, not no dream. I have to throw that out there. Keep in mind, I don't do shrooms. We go places and we come back. We're not the same. What the fuck? I say, what the fuck? These people walking. Motherfucker, boom. I'm talking about not no little slap you out, like get your ass up. I ain't talking about how you go to prison and motherfuckers try to push on you with jail or they talking. No, these motherfuckers was whole haymakers. Boom. Niggas getting punched into the ground like Dragon Ball Z. And niggas getting thrown. And I'm like, and then they all get up and just walk back in line. I say, yo, it ain't the first time I seen that. That's the second time I seen that. Right? The first time I seen it, I was wide awake. That's another thing. This, I went into the transition state and I got there and saw it. First time I seen that, I had came back and they was walking through the living room. The people. And the motherfuckers but they weren't big like them, but they were beating on them. I'm talking about, I don't know what this is, why they would show me this. But I gotta tell you what I saw. So they beat on these people, boom, boom, boom. I said, what the fuck? And I see them niggas looking at me. Like I see it from all this in the distance. There's a long street. And then it's at the cross street that people are walking through to go down wherever they were going. Then they got to looking at me. And I started like, okay, another thing I forgot to add and tell y'all, that when I got to that point, my back was boiling because whatever it was that I was crawling up under, the shit was hot. It was steaming. So I felt like my clothes were burned into my skin. So I'm like, this is all bad. I don't know what hey Pops, you might got clearance here. I don't got clearance. I ain't supposed to fuck to be here. And I started to try to back up. And when soon they started making eye contact with me, I could see them. I started trying to back up and crawl back. The ground up under where I was crawling started crumbling. There's a reason I'm explaining this. And I fell. And I can fly in the astral plane now, so don't get me wrong. When I fell, I was able to catch myself. And I started to rise up, but it was also pulling. So it wasn't like there was a gravity. And it started getting hot around. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I I pulled myself up to get toward the ground, and then it was being pulled again. So I was like, fuck this shit, I'm going back. And I jumped out of that body and went back to the body that's over here. Something said, don't you leave that one over there. So I literally had to go back. I had to pull myself back, and I was falling. And I had to bring myself up and fought myself. It was 2-3 times I had to do this. I literally came here and came back. I fought myself up. In the moment I was able to pull on top of the concrete and pull myself up, and as soon as I felt my feet running back to with the other opposite direction, then I came back. Because I couldn't leave. That was one of my souls. They were pulling me straight to the shit that people say don't exist. Go figure. Go figure. For it to not exist, it seemed to have a lot of pockets, a lot of levels, and it's some angry ass motherfuckers who just are there to abuse people. I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't have nothing to do with it. All I can do is tell you that them sleep paralysis demons come from somewhere. They ain't just walking around. They come from somewhere. You read that Rumpelstiltskin story, the motherfucker went back down where he came from. He stumped a hole in the ground and dipped when he realized he was conquered. So, that's why they keep showing me hell. They done showed me all kind of different galaxies and all that too, but they done showed me hell a few times. I think the only reason why I could think I'll be shown that is so I can tell you these motherfuckers don't know what they talking about. these realms exist. They don't know what they're talking about. You see what I'm saying? The only way you could know is if you go. You with me? All right. Any other questions? Anybody else? Yeah, I don't even think about just like don't go as in travel. I think it's don't go as in, yo. I'm not no fear-mongerer. So some people may take it a different way. I think it's for me to warn y'all. Because everybody that's conscious and supposed to be woke and all that, they saying it doesn't exist. So you have to ask yourself, why would somebody, it's all right. You have to ask yourself, why would somebody who is supposed to be woke themselves or conscious themselves, and you see that clearly, why would I be talking about it? So it exists, it's real. I just don't think they don't understand what it is. You see what I'm saying? You scared to go to sleep. Ain't no reason to be scared to go to sleep. I keep telling you, the fear ain't gonna help. Fear ain't gonna help. Y'all deal with hell things every day, all day. You know what I mean? One thing I know is all of y'all who, listen, I've been teaching this since I was younger. Okay? I remember I was in school in class and somebody was asking me. Her name was Kyra. She was asking me, and we had a teacher named Miss Franklin. She was asking me, what do you think about, like, sometimes I wake up and I can't move, right? And then I feel like these claws on me or people choking me and people. I said, do you watch porn? And everybody like kind of gasping and kind of like snickering and stuff. And the teacher didn't even overreact. And she was like, well, that was kind of like random. I said, well, what's the answer? She's like, well, yeah. I said, stop watching it. Because some of these, listen, I don't want to say too much. Certain levels I'm going to have to be able to take y'all to. So it ain't too much. Okay, I'll say it hypothetically so I can talk to you real and then you can decide whether or not it's real. Hypothetically, they're called windows for a reason. Hypothetically, they're called tabs for a reason. Hypothetically, you're being monitored and channeled through. Beings can channel through certain phones. I've literally experienced it where certain beings can walk through your phone, right? And they'll I was on the phone and one of them walked through the phone, traveled through the phone and walked over my back. I didn't see them, but I felt their feet walk over my, listen, everything I'm saying is hypothetical. When you watch certain things, okay, or certain, you thinking, oh, I can just peek at this. Listen, certain ads that be sitting there, you gotta wonder why they're there. Certain things they're attempting to normalize now. You have to understand why they're attempting to normalize it, because those spirits belong to beings. And you be trying to figure out why I'm going through it. Because, okay, especially the brothers, y'all to be cautious. They have succubi that everybody want to talk about. A lot of people don't want to talk about the incubi. You watch motherfuckers, every time they talk, they say, succubus, yeah, she's a succubus, Jezebel, da-da-da-da. It wasn't only the women. It wasn't only Lilith. You understand? It wasn't only the women who were leading people into deception or taking their energy and running off. It was men too. So you have what's referred to as incubi. And the incubi is a plural for incubus. Okay, so you have incubi. The incubi are the ones who literally have phalluses or penises. Right? And then some of y'all may have experienced this, so I'm going to tell you straight up. You were coming back from a dream or astral projection, whatever, and you were being touched sexually. Some of y'all didn't do nothing because you're like, I like this. Some of y'all like, what the fuck is going on? Listen, I know this is true because even in the Clubhouse days, nobody wanted to talk about it until I brought it up. And then you saw how many people have had this experience. Right? Or people say you being rolled by a witch. That's literal. For the brothers. The sisters think you just mean that the witches sit on you. No, there will be beings who come through and take advantage of you being in that transitional state. And they will have sex with you. They will interact with you sexually. This is real. So how many people by show, unless you, I don't think this is a place for you to be ashamed. Okay? But unless you're ashamed, how many people have experienced that? How many people done woke up and you were either being touched, okay, or some people call it probed? A lot of y'all who thought that there were extraterrestrials probing you to collect samples, you know, they were having sex with you. And you're expecting to see some type of metal rod. That was a phallus, right? Or sometimes you'll literally feel, and why would they do that? Because human beings let off an energetic yield, all right, when they're experiencing arousal. And if you don't think that's true, then how are you able to create a child from it? So you become a source for them at that point. And you thinking they just there. No, they're coming to collect. Right? And that's why they tell you keep your guard up. When you go into rest, the reason why they want them phones right there with them portals open is because it's easier for them to access. So they start, everything I'm saying hypothetical. You got people that will be in position to do certain things and make certain technology and waves famous or trendy or fashionable or fair seeming. And it's so that they can survive or benefit more. So then you'll look at a movie not understanding there's certain beings or groups of beings that come together to do those movies. And you think it is just a movie from some director that got selected by the union. No, those beings are put there because the moment you see that movie and you're either made desensitized to whatever's being pushed, okay, or they're exposing you to certain frequencies that deem you susceptible to certain types of beings. And then all of y'all having similar nightmares around the same time. All y'all having similar encounters around the same time. You don't remember you were watching all of those movies? Those horror movies that open gates and doors that allow for those beings to have access to you? And that was the movies. And then they gave you phones where pornography is easily accessible. So then you're opening up these, and then you're doing it around the what time? Witching hours. They call it that. And then what's supposed to be the mental reservoir time period. They got most people open. Listen. When you walk out into the nighttime, no matter where you are right now, what we at 3:10, we in that time period. I know it went by fast. They gonna cut the live in a minute, right? You walk out in that time period, what you gonna see, right? You see darkness. I walk out, I see and hear lust, because most people are involved in it at that time period. Why is it set up that way? Now again, this ain't to bash anybody. I don't travel through. I understand it. What I'm saying to you is, those of y'all who having those experiences, this is how they come. Because go without it, and you're going to see they can't come. Go without not just the pornography, go without masturbation. They can't come. They can't touch you. They're not able to interact with those who are able to abstain. Then I have to be honest with you though. Not saying I'm not being honest before. That's interesting people say that. I have to take you further and say, just because you abstain don't mean they're not going to come. Because then what happens is you got more money than the average motherfucker now. So they've been robbing niggas who got $5, $10. You start saving up your money, or they may encourage you to come more. But let me tell you something. If you got more money, you can afford more security. You understand? That's why I'm putting out books like Psychic Self-Defense and Rehab. I'm not talking about the money, so those of y'all who missing the analogy. If you have more energy built up that you're saving as opposed to releasing and spewing out and stuck in the root, yeah, they about to cut it. I got 2 minutes. I told you I called it. Right? As opposed to being stuck in the root, what happens? Now you can afford more psychic self-defense. You with me? So then you realize you need to breathe before you go to rest. You realize you need to drink you some water before you go to rest. You realize you may need to not lay on your back. Some of y'all do need to lay on your stomach. Okay? Now, brothers, I know we're taught don't lay on your stomach. Yo. Y'all hear me? Yeah. Okay. I'll go a little further. Anybody got any questions? We already did our 4 hours. Don't ever let nobody say no stupid shit like, you can't do 3-hour teachings. That's dumb as hell. Another lie. All right. So that was dynamic. That was a beautiful lie. Any other questions? Y'all let me know. All right, I think we on day 7, right? This is day 7. Day 7, no food. Going strong. Any other questions? Yeah, I was gonna say, those of y'all, like, listen, we would talk, oh, you don't sleep on your stomach. Sometimes you need to, because it can switch things up. All of this is electromagnetism, for one. You have a magnetic field. So sometimes you do need to move that around, okay? And also it can help with certain things like urges in the AM and things like that, to sleep differently, all right? Some of y'all need to sit in a reclined position, like the sofa chairs. Some of you need to rest that way. Switching it up sometimes can help you deal with certain things, just how you rest. And resting on the floor can help, because you'll wake up and you won't be mushed in something. You're firm already waking up. Something explaining to you? So, and all this I can tell you, it's easier to get up when you're on your stomach, you got your arms, you push up, than it is to get off your back. Okay? But again, to each their own, all of that. You don't want to be seen as this, that, I get it. I understand all of that. I'm just saying, some of y'all are dealing with things you didn't have to deal with, or won't have to deal with, if you just change how you rest sometimes. You see what I'm explaining to you? Again, all of this is on you. I sleep on the floor, but maybe, listen, I always sleep on the floor. Sometimes I might get in, listen, before I got even to this location, that's all I rest on, the floor. You know what I mean? It's the best place to rest. Another thing, DNA music, Dr. Malachi Z. York, even beyond the meditation, you put on Dr. Malachi Z. York teachings, these beings don't like his tone. I don't know why. They just don't. No matter what it is, they don't like him. You know what I mean? I don't like your tone. They really don't like his tone. So they don't stay around. They don't even come around if his shit playing. Test me. Don't believe me. Test me. Because I've been in many situations where I come back having to fight these beings, and I just put on his shit, they gone. They don't like him. Again, don't sit here and believe me. Test this shit. Because most people talking about all this, oh, this is pseudoscience. Them motherfuckers suffer in silence and don't even talk about how they got fondled by Lucy them. And they couldn't see, and they was like, damn, what the fuck is happening? And they ain't gonna say that happened. Because they gonna let the scientists convince them that shit is some type of hallucination that took place in their brain. If it's a hallucination, how are you touched? Alright. Yep, I told y'all to play the tones and play the rain and the thunder. You're gonna experience some shit. I'll just give you what I can. Anybody got any other questions though? I've been talking, I might want to rest my voice. Anybody else got any other questions? That was a good live. The sleep position that I'm explaining is that because you already have a human atmosphere, a magnetic field, right? You could say magnetosphere. You have a human atmosphere. Your magnetic field. You have an emotional atmosphere. All these different things come into play. You're laying down, a lot of that has to position itself differently because of how you're positioned. So some of the things you experience it may be because of how you're resting. You see what I'm explaining to you? That's why I told people, especially when you go to astral projection, right? You want to astral project? Land on your back in the cross formation is one of the best ways to astral project. It's easier to astral project land on your back, and from what I've seen, than it is on your stomach. You with me? So that you wouldn't want to, if you're trying to astral project, or you're attempting to astral project, you may not want to lay on your stomach. Why? Because the moment you go into that state, you're not going to be able to see behind you. And not being able to see in that astral realm affects how you travel. You know what I'm saying? So it's already dark. You want to be able to move closer to things that are seen. There are lights out here. They got the stars. You got the street lights. You want to be able to move there so you can navigate. You with me? And it'll be easier for you to get up, raising up from your back in the astral plane than it is to get up in the astral plane from your stomach. Now, me, myself, I'm an adept. So I know how to get up when I'm laying on my stomach. It's not as easy though. It's just as simple as doing a push-up and standing. But it's not as easy as it is to just raise up off your back. You see what I'm saying? So again, that's what I'm saying. It may not apply the same for everybody. But when you're resting, it's very important to remember where you're positioned. Most of the time, you're going to be there for a while. Some of y'all waking up crooked in the neck, all kind of stuff. It's how you resting. You with me? So sometimes beings will have easier access to you based on how you're resting. And sometimes it'll be harder for you to reposition oneself in the waking state because of how you're resting. That makes sense? How's it done? Stomach versus back? You for real? Well, if you're on your stomach, you're on your stomach. You don't want to be on your stomach anymore. Guess what you do? Roll over. You're on your back. You don't want to be on your back no more? I got news for you. Roll over. That's how it's done. I don't know what you mean though. But yeah, so I'm just giving y'all things. Some of y'all might lay on your right. Some of y'all might lay on your left. Either way, all of it is important when it comes to certain encounters you may have, if you do have them. You with me? And sleep paralysis, the experience itself isn't a negative thing. It's an eye opener. Sleep paralysis is a reminder that what you think reality is, there's more to it. And unseen doesn't mean not present. You with me? So they might not be able to touch you when you get up out that bitch, but they be sitting there waiting on you. They waiting. You done opened the door 2 weeks ago, didn't even know you opened it. And then they get the right timing. You go there, you rest in, you're vulnerable, and then they come and take from you. You with me? So another thing, the way to get out of sleep paralysis, wiggle your toes. If you experience sleep paralysis and you don't want to spin, wiggle your toes. There you go. Use your feet. You walk right out of sleep paralysis. Literally wiggle your toes and you'll be able to come back. Okay? Or move your hands and picture yourself standing in your brain. And you'll be able to pick. It's about the feet. I don't know why, I just know that. So you ever like, I can't move, I'm trying to scream. Don't do any of that. It's a waste of time. Trust me, I try every time. No matter what it is. If it's a being on top, I try to push. They're too strong. In that reality, they're stronger than us. I don't know why. Listen, I tested it out. All that call on Jesus don't work over there. They don't work for them in that state. What does help is wiggling your toe. You get out of it. Now, some of y'all might call on it do work. I'm just telling you from my experience, you can't call on damn near anybody. You just have to know how to navigate up out of that state. Because you're still inhabiting the base body here. So you're not even able to function over there fully. So when them motherfuckers get on you, they own you. Yeah, you yank yourself. Me, I just be pushing it. I be trying to figure out whether or not I can push them. I pushed up on certain beings that were on me, and it burned my hands. Like, it burns. And it's a different type of burning. It ain't like fire. It's like a smokeless fire. I don't know where I got that from. I got it from somewhere. The shit burn when you push the motherfuckers. I be mushing them niggas and it burn. So these beings is lethal. And they be trying to like take all kind of shit from you. Energy, everything. Right? Or they'll whisper, negative things or evil things. You just gotta be. So I don't deal with them though. I haven't dealt with them. It's been a long time. But I know why they exist. Like, not why they exist, why they able, not even why they able. I know through which portals they may be able to enter. Right? So keep your house clean. Not necessarily just your physical home. Okay, that's important too. Keep your temple clean. Right? And not even talking about just the physical, if you want to look at it that way. Keep your brain centered on things that are important moving forward. Don't cause yourself or allow for yourself to lag. That's how they get in. Don't allow for yourself to go idle. The idle mind is the devil's workshop. They literally told you that. You feel what I'm saying? So be cautious about that too. What else? I don't deal with it. I don't have them experiences anymore. I used to, so that's why I know so much about it. So I'm not speaking on things I researched. These are real experiences. But I'm telling y'all, if you listen to what I'm saying, if you're having those experiences and you're trying to get rid of it, I'm giving you how. You know what I mean? Y'all gotta cut out pornography. That's the drug people don't want to talk about. But it is a drug still. You gotta cut it out. You gotta be cautious of what you're letting into. It's the vampire knocking on the door saying, can I come in? For sure. Boredom kills? Yeah, boredom should inspire. Because if you bored, you ain't doing enough, right? Should inspire. Flip it. How do you feel or find the center between the general meaning of something, what it can mean, and what it means to you? How do you apply whatever this is? You see what I'm saying? That should be a simple enough answer. How do you apply whatever that thing is? It can mean this to you. It can mean this to this person. It can have a conventional meaning. Okay, what does it like? Not only what does it mean to you, what can you do with that? You know what I mean? Oh, I'm the best rapper alive. Somebody else says, I'm the best rapper alive. What can you do with what we just said? Other than either be entertained or agree and have the debate. Does it help you? Now, you could study our mechanics and figure out how you can be a better rapper with that. That's application. So it ain't even just definition alone. It's application of the definition that people are missing. When you learn this is what this is and why it is and how it functions, are you going to use it or are you going to talk about it? Only time you should be talking about it is exactly what I'm doing now, to teach people about the application of it. Did I just tell y'all what astral projection is, or am I teaching you how to apply it and what it's for? Am I talking about the sleep paralysis, or I'm teaching you how to get out of this and do it? There's functionalities of all of these words. If they're going to be here, they got to work. You got to make this stuff work for you. You with me? If not, it's a useless piece of information. It's a gem that they call it a gem that's rooted in, it's just rooted in futility. Anybody trying to sign energy out of your dream, use vanishing codes? Hey, listen, y'all do what y'all do. Some of these motherfuckers ain't to be fucked with. It's just like every other reality. If your ass in your hood and you surrounded by a whole bunch of damn robbers and killers, and you walk through there with $300,000 in your clear bag, that's on you. That was ignorance. You can't even be blaming them. They're like jumping into the lion den, man, because you got hate. You ain't Daniel. So you got to just be aware. That's all I say. Because it's different from it. Some people go out there and don't come back. You got to be aware. Am I human? I'm being human. Does that make sense? I'm being human. I have a brain. I got hands, cells. I breathe. I have asthma. Certain things, it ain't as bad as it used to be, but how much of a God am I? You know, I know my name means God, but, you know, there's that, because how the fuck God can't breathe sometimes. So right now I'm being human, and I think it's necessary. Because how would y'all be able to identify? And then here's what I can say. People still struggle with that. Because they're like, he's just a man. So they try to say either I'm just a man or I gotta be God, but they can't identify. So they get stuck on either one of those and can't deal with it centrally. Say, okay, no matter what it is, what are you? Are you human? Are you man or mankind? I don't know. I don't know. If you're saying man as in the word insan, I'm not one of you. No. No. However, I'm being human. You use a different word, so I had to give you different responses. You went from am I human, am I man or mankind? That gets deeper. I'm not one of you if you are insane. However, I'm being human right now, so I'm a human being. You don't have to get much deeper than that, right? Right now. Okay, what am I saying? What are my works? What are they paying attention to that? And does it have anything to do with you? Because it doesn't have to. Some people get on here and they get upset with me and all this other stuff. They don't realize you don't have to be here. You can either be a part of this or you leave. But what is it? You only know if you're a part of it. So, no, I'm not insane. I am being human, so therefore I'm a human being, not limited to. That's the most important piece right now. Is to deal with the truth that I am being human, so we don't get caught up in some spiritual spookism aspect of Omari, and then you start separating you from, or yourself from, the growth and the evolution that you're experiencing in myself and in my tongue. Man means to be first family of the earth, man. Oh no, I'm not a part of that. No, I'm not a part of that. Now, either way, if I'm saying I'm not a part of it, that don't mean that you know that to be true. You get what I'm saying? So you're still asking me things about me. What about you? Are you mankind? And I don't need you to tell me that. You need to know that. Are you insane? Are you forgetful? Are you an Enosite? Do you remember? Are you of the remember ones? Are you Anunnaki? Are you Elohim? Are you regular? Are you layman? Are you common? Are you a man? Are you God? Are you all of that? Which one are you? Because no matter what I say, again, there go to your answer. No, I'm not man. No, I'm not mankind. Yes, I'm being human. I am functioning in this human body. There's nothing spiritual or spooky about me. You understand that? I'm right here. Is that all to it? Absolutely not. Do I feel like or think that you're ready to understand the other parts? No, I don't. If you were, would I be speaking about it on here? No, I wouldn't. All right. He is I and I am him. That's great. That's great. Gotcha. Okay. That's good. As long as you know what you're saying. I don't need to know what you're saying. What's the word between Allah and Ta'ala? Subhanahu. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And I'm not too familiar with Arabic, but still learning. Yeah, you keep learning it. Keep learning it.
Allah.
Most glorious and exalted. I need to rest my voice, y'all. I think we did well. We did 4 hours. I need to make sure I don't injure my vocal cords. All right. Day 3. We getting off at a good minute or a good hour. 3:33 is when we're gonna get out. Right? I love y'all. Stay strong. This is day 7. Right? Be strong. Get your water. Get your liquids. Get your exercise. Get your rest. And we're on. All right, hurry up. You got last question. Oh, you wasted time saying last question. Next time. All right? Make sure y'all are paying attention to the growth you're experiencing. Love you, Umi. Wadu. Make sure y'all are paying attention to the growth you're experiencing. Make sure y'all are tapped in to the changes you're experiencing. Congratulate yourself for the new body. Y'all raising in rank right now. So you're literally developing a new body. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to all of that. Peace and love. I love you. Peace of the Lamb is truly wonderful. Hadou Sashuk.